is hell. Well, accursed was.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. I don't know if any of you heard that weird robotic glitch in the audio just now. Apparently there was a encoding error just at that moment. So hopefully that didn't blow out your eardrums the way it did mine. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well this Wednesday evening. To answer your question, Augustine, I am doing okay personally. It's actually some gaming news that has been all over the news that we have to talk about. Yes, welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing okay. I hope you've all had something to eat, and if you haven't yet, I hope you will eat very soon. And I hope that you are all taking care of each other. But yes, we have a lot to talk about. So I should start by mentioning that for those that were not around at the end of last night's stream, my computer started freaking out for some reason, and I could not finish the game even though I was very close. So, to my understanding, I am pretty much done with this game. And I'm thinking that it should only take me, I mean, maybe Sally can let me know, but I'm thinking maybe around 20 minutes, probably, to finish it, as soon as I actually start. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But provided my computer doesn't freak out again, and I am actually able to finish the game, then I do have a backup game that we will immediately play after. But if that isn't the case, then we'll just close out Alone in the Dark 3. But we will see. We should have enough time to play something else. Do I get to know what game? You will find out if I finish and we move into it. I don't want to make any promises just in case I don't end up being able to play it, but we should be good to go. I'm not anticipating that this is going to take a very long time, but it is a horror game. One that I actually bought during the Steam sale that I've had my eye on for a while. But yes, before we get into all of that, welcome in Augustine, welcome in Sally, welcome in Purple. Thank you for being here. Shaking my head, secrets upon secrets wrapped up in mysteries. Well, assuming I'm able to beat it, you shouldn't be waiting very long. I am hoping that it runs okay. It should. It doesn't look like a very demanding game, and the specs didn't look like it was too much for my laptop, but you never know. What we will probably do, if I end up moving on to that second game, is ending the stream and then restarting it, since I do dual stream. That way I can have a completely different video for YouTube, and it's not all in the same video. Because even though I don't really mind, to my understanding, you're not supposed to do that. I think there's a rule against it on YouTube. At least that's what I've heard. I could be wrong about that, unless you explicitly label your stream like variety. Like, oh, I'm gonna play a couple of games. Since I have it listed as Alone in the Dark 3, I don't think I can do that, so I think I have to restart the stream, which is no big deal. Hey, welcome in, Dandy. How are you doing this Wednesday evening? I hope you're well. Welcome back, Sally. No worries. I hope everything is okay. You didn't miss much. I was just greeting everybody, letting them know my plans for the stream. Welcome in, Effecto. Good evening to you as well. How are you doing on this Wednesday evening? I am doing okay. I am doing okay. I got a little bit of rest, as usual, not as much as I would have preferred. But I'm not, like, I'm not drowsy right now, so that's good. But how are you doing? I finally own my own condo. Dandy, congratulations. Congratulations to you. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm so glad that everything got worked out. I was wondering if they got that all settled, and I'm so happy that they did. Congratulations to you. That is a remarkable life achievement. Very, very happy for you and proud of you. I'm ready to lose the sanity I lost yesterday. Effecto, if it gets any worse than, than yesterday, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It only took 20 hours after I signed all the things. Yeah, you would think it would be instantaneous, right? But that is incredible. Very, very happy for you, Dandy. I cannot express that enough. Once again, a remarkable milestone in your life. And over on the YouTube side, Effecto says, congratulations, that's a huge achievement. Which is very, very true. We're all happy for you, Dandy. That is wonderful news. Well, the vents are clean, and the cleaners are cleaning everything else. And tomorrow, and then I move. That is awesome. Yes, that is absolutely wonderful. I hope that you have many, many great memories in your new condo. Good to see Augustine chatting with Effecto over on the other side as well. Adrian, convey my hug emotes to Effecto. Of course, Effecto, over in YouTube land. Dandy says thank you. And he sends many hug emojis your way. I know I say it all the time, but I really do love how supportive and kind all of you are to one another in this community. It really does make me happy. As I always say, it is remarkably important to me to create this kind of environment, and the way that you all help me uphold it. I am really appreciative of that. No, I'm evil. The only thing evil about you is how incredible your art is. The world is tough as it is, I don't need to add to that. Exactly. Yes. We don't live in a great place, but we can make it tolerable by supporting one another. You know? I do firmly believe that. Hey, Valco. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate the support. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well this Wednesday evening. How the fuck did you turn that into a compliment? I have my ways. I do have my ways. Hello to you too, Valco. How are you this evening? Nice to have you here as always. Effecto says being kind is free. Exactly. Yes. It's easier to be kind than it is to be rude. Doing decent, brain less mush than last night. That is good to hear. Any improvement, you gotta kind of take it, you know? I definitely understand that feeling for sure. Oh, hey, Wilby, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I'm just getting started. Hold on. Let me give you a shout out. Did the raid work? Hold on. Or the shout out, rather? Okay, yeah. It's weird. On my side, it's not showing your profile picture for some reason. Very weird. But yes, welcome in. How are you? What were you doing? What game were you playing? And how was your Wednesday evening? Yeah, guys, we have a lot to talk about. We're gonna go ahead and get to that before, of course, we do our pre-game tarot card reading. Before we attempt to finish Alone in the Dark 3. But there was a bit of news that dropped today in the gaming sphere that actually transcended the gaming sphere and made it into the mainstream news, and I'm sure most of you already know what it was, but we're going to talk about it because how can we not talk about it? To quote Land of Confusion, "This is a world we live in, and these are the hands we're given. Use them, and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in." Exactly, Dandy. Yeah. I agree 100%. I know that sounds probably kind of cheesy to some people, but the fact of the matter is there's enough going on in the world. I know I definitely live the paradise experience every single day of my life. I say that as sarcastically as possible. So it means a lot to me to try and make things better. The internet is already enough of a negative place as it is. These little enclaves of good feeling are hard enough to come by, and it's very important that we protect them and uphold them. Which doesn't mean being happy all the time, but it does mean being supportive and, you know, at least trying to make it through. Otherwise, what's the point? I'm good. I was playing an indie horror game called Indigo Park. I think I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that before. How'd you like it? I almost ended stream early, but I made it through. Was that because it was scary? All my news is art fight. Please inform me of games? Okay, well, we will talk about that. Oh, Superman, where are you now? When everything's gone wrong. Somehow, the men of steel, the men of power are losing control by the hour. Oh no, what happened? Well, I'm gonna get into that effecto. So today, Sony decided to update the PlayStation blog. And they had two updates for us. One was that they are officially shutting down the PlayStation Store on the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation Vita. Which is not good news, but those are very old consoles at this point, weird as it is to say that. So you kind of understand, right? Because even though you would think they should... Ideally, those things would be kept alive indefinitely. I do understand that there are security risks. Which... to be fair, Sony does not have a good track record with internet security, as many people found out in 2011 during the great PlayStation Network hacking that took the service down for an entire month. Dandy, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Valco. I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you so much. Hold on, let me catch up a little bit before I proceed. Good lord, you guys remind me of this one friend I have. You're all beacons of light that bring joy to the world, and much like the sun, it hurts my eyes. This is a compliment. Thank you, Augustine, and you're part of that, you know. You bring a lot of joy to this community, Augustine. I really do appreciate that. I have low tolerance for horror my channel description. So this was my first solo horror stream, and my heart rate is up, I can say that. Well, I hope you managed to have a good time with it at the very least. That is the fun of playing horror games. Sony and internet security are oxymorons? Yeah, exactly. I admit I used to like the Disturbed cover more than the Genesis original for a long time, but haven't liked Disturbed for a while now. Steal everything. Navajo. Welcome in, Navajo Ghost. Thank you for your thievery. Bolgay, welcome in. Thank you for the subscription. For 6 months. Or 8 months, rather. Thank you. We have a hype train going. Oh my god. Thank you all. Adrian, you're ruining my reputation. I'm sorry. Bolgay, how are you doing this Wednesday evening? Sorry, Effecto, I'm just now seeing your message. Just realized my socks disappeared. Where did they go? Why does it seem like as far as laundry goes, socks is always the thing everybody loses? That is crazy. Oh my god, what just happened? Anonymous! Somebody just gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you so much. I'm working again. I'm sorry to hear that. Effecto? Dandy asks, are the right socks missing or the left? It's a party now. Hey, welcome in, Hyperlink Alpha. I got a gift sub. Thank you for whoever gave me that. Yes, it was an anonymous donor. It was an anonymous donor. Yes, thank you to whoever did that. I really, really appreciate it. We have a hype train going. Effecto says a whole pair. They weren't matched, but still. Dang, level 3, heck yeah. Yeah, I know. That is most unexpected. Thank you so much, everybody who is gifting subs. I really, really appreciate it. Hype train record is level 4, 83%. Okay, let's break that. And back into the darkness with me. Gotta work soon. No worries, Hyperlink. Thank you so much for dropping in to say thank you to that generous donor. That I really do appreciate you doing that. Oh my god. Dandy. What is happening right now? Hold on, I can't even see it. It keeps jumping around. Oh my god, thank you so much, Dandy. And the other anonymous gifter, thank you so much. They beat it. Well, we know Anonymous isn't Dandy. And Anon again, kick ass. Yeah, what is going on? Hey, welcome in, Mayberry. And thank you for the follow. Yes, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the first time chat and the follow. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you got a gift sub. And thank you so much for, you know, for sharing your appreciation. What's going on is we're setting a new hype train record? Apparently so. Thank you all. I honestly feel kind of, I feel kind of stun-locked right now. I was about to deliver some bad news about gaming, and then you all do this. Dandy, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my god. Dandy, thank you. Please take care of yourself. It's okay. You just got a condo. Thank you. Oh my god, even... Dandy, thank you for the 100 more gift subs. No bad news, only good news. Oh my god. Damn, at this rate you're gonna get your new streaming PC soon? I wish. I wish. Maybe, maybe in a more sane world. But, I would need all of this plus my arm, my leg, and, probably a kidney. Knowing, the Rampocalypse. I never thought Alone in the Dark 3 would cause this kind of hype train. Yeah, me either. 100 more bits. I don't have those gift subs right now. Thank you so much. Hey, welcome in, Dark Weaver. How are you doing this Wednesday evening? I have a spare kidney. It's not even mine. Is that a true story, Augustine? We can call this a boing train. Yes. You'll have to sacrifice a crop top to pop the AI bubble at this rate. This is true. Hey, Churi, welcome in on the YouTube side. Well, it looks like some people are on Twitch. I can't get connected over there. Oh my god, Bolgay, thank you for the Bolgay, thank you for the 200 bits. Guys. You guys are killing me right now. Thank you so much. You guys are the best, seriously. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. I'm here to suffer through Alone in the Dark for you guys. I'm super good. I finally got around to set up stream commands, chat on stream, and more. That is awesome news, Darkweaver. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, you are growing on your streamer journey, which is great to hear. Effecto is singing on YouTube, saying it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Gotta make the suffering worth it. Thank you, Bolgay. Thank you, I appreciate that. Hey, over on YouTube, Andrew says, how does one get memberships on YouTube? First of all, thank you for the comment. I don't think I'm able to accept gift subs on YouTube because, I don't think my channel is big enough to have it activated. But I do appreciate the thought. Thank you so much. Christmas in July came early this year. Hold on, we got an emote, I think. Let's see what it is. Very fitting, I think. There it is. Yeah, sadly, I think I'm much too small of a content creator on YouTube for me to have that activated. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But it'll probably be a very long time before I'm able to attain that goal. Azza, welcome in over on YouTube. It's good to see you. I was just about to head to bed. Welcome in. Yes, welcome in. It's good to see you. I've been really enjoying your streams lately. I didn't get to comment the other day, but I was lurking in your DMC stream again. I really enjoyed your art stream the other day. I also really appreciate that you had shared that that playlist of PS2 music. The very good playlist I was listening to it the other day. thank you for dropping in. Adrian's just a little guy. A witch can always dream big. Yes. Dreaming is probably all I'll be able to do in that regard, sadly. But, you know, I'm trying my best. Just fall asleep to the sultry sounds of his voice. I think, Ozza has a much more relaxing voice than me, honestly. Well, I don't think that ad break will get anyone. Seriously, I know I keep saying it, and I think the weird thing about, like, streaming is the more that you do this, and, you know, if you are lucky enough to have people donate and sub and things like that, you know, once you get through, like, the first couple of times that it happens, there are some people that get annoyed with you continuously thanking people because they feel it's like, I don't know, like, oh, you've had this happen before, like, why are you still doing this? And I can never really get with that, because to me, it'll always be crazy. Because one, I never thought I would be doing this in the first place, and two, I never thought anybody would actually enjoy watching me do this. So, it is very important to me to convey my appreciation to all of you. So, you know, I don't know, I guess for people who are far more acclimated to this kind of thing, maybe it feels that way. But for me, that is not the case. That's a lie and you know it, Adrian. I only threaten to steal voices from the best. Well, it's an honor, Augustine, so thank you. I do think you got a very calming voice and atmosphere to you. Thank you so much, Darkweaver. I really do appreciate that. Relatable? Yeah. Definitely. Thank you, Ozza. Yes, for this PNG that I'm using, Augustine, I get to shill your work again, so I hope you're ready. I don't want you to say that it's taking you by surprise. Augustine is a talented artist and streamer in his own right, and he made this for me, as well as some of the fan art that you actually see on the carousel on the top right. And yes, he made this for me, so I've been using it because I really do like the look of it. It is quite beautiful. So thank you for the compliment, Ozza. You should definitely check out some of Augustine's other work, because again, he is quite the talented artist. $1,000 subscribers by December. You know, I wish... I was actually hanging out in another VTuber stream earlier. She was celebrating her 2.5k followers as of, I don't know when she attained it, either if it was like this week or if it was today or something like that, but I was watching her stream and she talked a lot about like the VTuber community and the overall outlook of where we are right now, and like in this little weird subgenre of streaming, right? Because VTubing really exploded during the pandemic, and after that started to wind down, a lot of people stopped watching VTubers as much, and the VTubing community is very oversaturated with creators right now. So opportunities for growth are extremely limited at the moment, and it's very hard to kind of create a path to success that some of the larger streamers have attained. Especially because for whatever reason, in that time, VTubers have kind of amassed somewhat of a infamous reputation. Some people just don't like VTubers for being VTubers. In fact, I actually meant to talk about this a few streams ago, but totally forgot. I was perusing the Twitch subreddit recently, and when I went there, I actually saw one of the top posts was somebody asking if there's a way for them to either, on like a platform basis or via some kind of extension, block all VTubers on Twitch because they just don't want to see them. And there was like a bunch of people concurring. And that was not surprising for me, but just very confusing. Like, what is it about VTubers specifically that you hate so much? But it is a common enough sentiment that you realize that, again, there's a lot of different aspects that combine together and kind of narrow your path forward. So I was listening to the streamer talking about her goals, her current situation, and how she wants to continue to grow. And it made me think a lot about myself. And, you know, I unfortunately have very limited options because I don't have the kind of skills that would allow me to do further things to entertain you guys. Sadly, I cannot draw, so I can't do art streams. I can't sing, so I can't do karaoke streams, as fun as I would be. And, you know, it's things like that where you kind of start to realize you got to get creative, you know what I mean? And, I don't know. I continue to try to think of other things and, ways to keep finding, new and creative ideas to keep things fresh, beyond just, of course, playing different video games and whatnot. And only time will tell how that pans out, but we'll see. We got this, gang. Start with the fan art propaganda. Adrian, we're your PR team now. We're going global. Well, in that case, best PR team. It's a great PNG, I know, right? There's so many great VTubers, I don't have enough time to follow them all. I know. Yeah, that is a great shame. Not only on Twitch, but on TwitchCon, they threw out presents for VTubers from their fans. Forced them to show their faces and a lot of stuff that honestly surprises me nowadays. That is insanity. Lies, you said you can draw stick figures. To be honest, even then I don't think I do good stick figures. Because some people are able to make like really funny comics with even just stick figures, and I don't think I could do that either. I'd like to learn how to draw. Entertainment was a cutthroat business before the internet. Connecting everyone didn't change that. Yeah, that is very true, Churi. Welcome to the Twitch side. Back from YouTube. I appreciate the dual support. Thank you. Guys, let's all make sure we're all sub on YouTube. Just click on his media link. Thank you, Will Be. You're doing a better job of hawking my other ventures than I ever do. In fact, I think I barely even mentioned my other social media and stuff. I should probably do it more, but I don't know. I'm always better at advocating for other people than I am for myself in terms of like in terms of this VTuber thing. I find it very easy to promote other people. You know? Get subscribed, nerd. Thank you, Valko. I've been slacking lately on new original YouTube videos, but I'm intending to record some more soon. I've just been so tired recently, but... I swear to God, I will teach you myself if I must. Blue Sky, did you make your post? No, I will make the post as soon as we get into the game. Because I don't want to promote that I'm playing Alone in the Dark. And then people come in and they see I'm just yapping. Stick figures is gesture and proportions. It's actually not bad for learning to draw. I'll keep that in mind. I've noticed you shouted me out like every stream for a month. Yes, I'm telling you, it's just easy for me to it's easy for me to promote other people. I can finally see the other people. My Wi-Fi was failing me. I'm glad you can see them now, Effecto. I heard about a VTuber that passed away and was able to listen to her last song. Because of her, I've been wanting to support as many VTubers as I can. I don't want anyone to feel like they weren't at least seen. That is beautiful, Bolgay. And yeah, I know what you mean. There are some content creators in general. Not just VTubers, but YouTubers and others that go very largely unnoticed, and it is pretty sad. You need to do a YouTube compilation of Alone in the Dark clips. I probably should. I probably should. I need to get a better, what do you call it, like a video editor than the one I have. The problem is, again, being on a laptop, I have a very limited amount of space. And with that, it means I can only have so many programs on at a time. And that has been a issue for me for a while. I've been trying to look into getting an external hard drive. But every single one that I look at always has bad reviews, no matter the company, saying that they failed in like a month. Which is not encouraging. Hashtag Adrian, Halliwell to 100 subs on YouTube. I'd be amazed if I get there, but I am trying my best. I'm up to, I think I was at 64 last I checked, so not bad. I mean, kind of, you know what I mean. That's a threat, Adrian, I'm a horrible teacher. I don't know, I wonder. You always say that about your art, and your art is phenomenal, so you're probably a good teacher too. I volunteer as tribute. As long as it isn't RAM, because they're so expensive now. It's not even just RAM anymore, Effecto. Unfortunately. That has definitely crept its way over to SSDs and other components as well. 66? Oh, okay, I'm at 66 now? Thank you so much, Valko. Not just for letting me know, but I know, based on what you said before, you are one of the new subscribers, so thank you so much. I do appreciate that. No, why? Yeah, it's just getting worse. Pretty much every component is going up in price. And as to the why, you can blame AI for that. AI is the great cause of all of these things going up. Unfortunately. I'm the kind of teacher that sits there confused and tells you to just do the thing. 34 to go until 100. I was subbed before 65. Thank you, Dandy. It's actually funny because I can't actually see who is subbed. Sometimes it shows me, and most times it doesn't. I don't know if that's like a privacy setting on YouTube accounts and such. But I can't actually see who subbed to me like I can here on Twitch. So for anybody who is here or regular or has ever dropped by and decided to subscribe, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I do appreciate it. I just want to make clear, like, if I don't, like, outright thank you guys for subbing to YouTube, it's because I can't see it. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do exactly that. Honestly, after yesterday, I think a compilation of that would be tons of fun. Well, I will definitely look into it. Honestly, it's kind of weird because I don't know, I guess I felt kind of awkward about sharing clips of me laughing because of my laugh. But I guess I kind of gotten over it. So I could be up for a Alone in the Dark compilation. If for no other reason than to share the fact that this game is completely insane, and I need the world to see that. Because I certainly didn't know, despite the fact that I follow gaming quite closely, especially horror games. And this has been a very new and enlightening experience for me. I was subbed before 66. I do what I can to help. Sadly, I can't donate more than time and follows most of the time. Hey, Valko, that is perfectly okay. Honestly, just your time and you being here is more than enough. And I appreciate the presence of all of you. I mean, even then, you don't even have to be here. But taking time out of your day and out of your life to spend with me is something I am immensely grateful for, from all of you. So thank you. I may not be the biggest streamer, but I always do try to keep in perspective that there are many people who are plugging away who never get beyond, you know, a handful of followers, and they do this for years, you know what I mean? And that way I am lucky, even if I never make it to 100 subscribers or, you know, 200 followers or anything. I'm at least lucky to have made it this far. And luck and me don't really ever get along. So the very rare times where, you know, something goes even mildly, decently for me, is something I'm very grateful for. Especially when it comes at the hand of, support from others. So thank you. I subbed at some point, I don't know when. Your laugh is so good though. Listening to you say that is like hearing the most gorgeous person complain they're not attractive. I feel lied to. But it's just you lying to yourself. Well, thank you, Augustine. I really do appreciate that. It's, I don't know. I've had some interesting experiences. I've had some interesting, views of me. And the thing is, like, I don't really care what other people say, in the negative sense, so it's not that. It's more so just that, I guess I'm not really used to talking all that much. Again, this is a very different experience for me, VTubing. And even though I've been doing this since October, it still tends to feel very brand new every time I hit go live. It's a very hard thing to explain, but I'm sure some of you out there who are also streamers probably get what I'm talking about. I don't imagine I'm the only one by any stretch of the imagination. So, there are certain aspects of it that make you kind of, I don't know, you overthink a lot, you know? You definitely overthink a lot. Hold on, let me catch up on the YouTube side, because there's a few things I missed. I Am Robot is coming true, yes. A compilation of the gnomes would be glorious too. That's a good idea, Effecto. Maybe I should do that. I know, I felt like I spent most of my time lost and confused playing that game. But yeah, that is probably a good idea as well. I was laughing my ass off. I'm happy to hear that, Effecto. The sleep deprivation adds to the insanity. Yes, it does. When I was playing Mouse PI, I lost it at one point because I was playing during one of the streams. I was dead tired. And there's a part in the game, Bolgay will know what I'm talking about, where you are at a circus, and there's a guy who's faking an Italian accent, and I fucking lost my mind. I was dying laughing. I think that was probably the hardest I've ever laughed on stream outside of last night. And part of it was just being exhausted, and the other part of it was just how, just how funny that game is naturally. Adrian is a new Helen of Troy. Be afraid. Can definitely relate. Yeah. It's kind of scary to hit the go live button. Yeah. No, definitely. I talked about this a little bit during my Go Vacation stream a little while back. But I was actually kind of talking back and forth with Sushi about this on that stream. But a lot of times I think for people who are in the VTubing community or the streaming community in general, right? Not just VTubing, who only watch but don't also make their own content, I think sometimes there can be a little bit of a disconnect because when you get on stream, you try to do your best to entertain and have fun. But there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes before you ever hit that go live button, and it can be very, very hard to do it, even if you've done it a billion times. And I think that kind of can be lost on some people. Not all the time in like a bad way, but just more so that it's one of those things that happens silently. Unless you're somebody that actively talks about those struggles. Sometimes you're not in the right headspace, but you go live anyway. Sometimes you're not feeling great mentally, or, you had a bad day, or maybe you're in physical pain and you're not really showing it. There's a lot of things that can go on before you ever hit that go live button that people will never see. And it gets hidden away while you are chatting and playing games and laughing and things like that. So yeah, it really can be a bit of a challenge to hit that go live button. I do agree, Wilby. Wilby, I hate to break it to you, but I'm just a guy who doodles. Very, very well, I might add. But don't put yourself down either, Wilby. You are also a good artist. I feel even if I got one or a couple viewers, I still find it amazing they decide to watch me when they could be doing literally anything else, so I can definitely understand that mindset. Exactly, Darkweaver. Yeah. And it's important to keep that in perspective, because when we do this, we're competing not just with the billions of other streamers here, we're also competing against Netflix and video games and music and books and just taking a walk, right? We are competing for somebody's attention, not just against other streamers like you would believe, but against life itself. So when somebody takes time, precious time out of their existence to spend it with you, that's an honor, in my opinion. You know what I mean? That is an honor. Oh, I can understand that. Even if I am just joining someone's stream to play along in the game, I get nervous as hell. Yeah, right? Yeah, and that's interesting, like from the perspective of, like joining another streamer's stuff. Because I always did kind of wonder how people felt about doing that, because I've never actually been in that position. Obviously, I do collabs, but I'm also streaming actively. So it is interesting to hear that you also feel that way, Bolgay. There is something inherently nerve-wracking about just being live in any capacity. Even if you're not speaking. I stopped streaming HOI 4 because it was so bad for my mental state and the community around it didn't help. Yeah, there's certain games for sure that I think that's actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Valko. Because that is something that I was a little bit concerned about when I started doing this. And not even just like because of like specific games or their surrounding community, but even VTubing in general. There's a lot of hostility towards male VTubers in general. And I've talked about this before, but there's definitely a subset of the community that does not want male VTubers to exist. And oftentimes they're not women, they're other men that are just, for whatever reason, don't like us. And I knew that that would be something I would have to contend with as well in doing this. And so you have a lot of things you have to keep in mind as you do this. Oh, Adrian deserves a love here. You too, Darkweaver. There's a pressure to be entertaining when you're part of another person's stream. Yeah, that is true. Hold on, I missed something on the YouTube side. I tried streaming once, can't remember where, or can't remember where either. Years ago, I was happily showing my rock collection with 0 views until 10 people showed up. I panicked and left. I'm pretty sure it's lost media now. Yeah, never again. I'm better at watching. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Effecto. Because I'm sure you were doing a great job, but I definitely do understand that, I do understand that panic. Because for me, I was lucky enough to have some people, with me from the beginning that were interested in seeing me stream. But, yeah, very, very little. And as that started to grow, it definitely took me off guard. And still, whenever I find my viewership at anything over, like, 7 people, it still kind of gets a little bit crazy. And I do feel that pressure mounting, you know? I'm curious, is it with all grand strategy games or just that one because it's World War II? Paradox games more generally. I played some other strategy games since then and plan to stream World in Conflict at some point. Male people should get to VTube too. This is a space for everyone. Exactly, Dandy, yeah. No, it's honestly because, in my observation at least, VTubing, despite the fact that it is also very, like, rooted in the anime community, because of course most of us, you know, obviously there are some VTubers that are not really meant to evoke anime characters. They might be an object or a goblin or something like that, and like their models might be more video game looking or more like realistic. But for the most part, VTubing is heavily like anime oriented. But in addition to having inspiration from anime, VTubing also has a heavy connection to, like, idol culture. And if you know anything about idol culture, thank you for the hydrate, Wilby. Well, let me take a sip. Yeah, if you know anything about idol culture, there's this obsession with the performers being quote-unquote pure and untouched and other creepy things. And you will often see this, of course, with female streamers who have to hide, or they feel like they need to hide, that they have significant others, or that they have children, or things like that, because they will attract a male fan base of people who are parasocial and obsess over them. And this does happen to male VTubers as well. Especially, I mean, there's not many super popular male VTubers, but some of them have also experienced this on the other side of the fence. But I think there's something about that combination of the idol culture influence, as well as the fact that we are people, but yet we're represented by an avatar. A lot of times, in many cases, those avatars tend to be very attractive. And that allows people, there's like a space in between, right? Where streamers who use their real faces have to deal with this as well, especially women. But when you have that little gray area in between, where you have a voice, you have a life story, you're a person, but you're represented by an avatar that is more than likely very attractive, it allows this gray area for people to kind of reduce you to being a character. Again, you're like an anime character that I can actually interact with, and that's how they view it in their minds. Somebody who will actually talk back and mention my name and things like that. And it kind of creates this thing in people's mind where they think that you belong to them. And I've mentioned it before, but that's one reason why I don't have certain features on my channel, like a bonk button or other things that kind of let you, like, bully the streamer. Because some people, you know, they implement those things just because it's cute and it's fun, and then some people take it way too far, and they kind of hijack the streams, and then they make it all about themselves, or they like bullying the streamer because they think it's, like, it's cute. Like the whole kindergarten thing of, like, negging somebody that you have a crush on. That kind of childish behavior. And in the midst of all of this, you have a lot of guys, and there are some women who don't like men being in the space, some of it for, you know, valid reasons, because of course there are some guys who, of course, are just creeps. But some of it for selfish reasons. But it's mostly men I've found that are hostile towards other men in the VTubing community, because they tend to view guys as threats. And also, from what I've seen, they don't, or at least from what I've seen them say, they don't think there's a place for us because we're not cute. And I've seen this before where somebody will say, do you watch male VTubers? And then they'll respond with something like, why would I want to watch male VTubers? Like, you know, I want to see cute girls doing fun things. Why would I want to see some ugly guy or whatever, doing this? Like, if I wanted to do that, I just watch a real streamer or whatever. I could go into it a lot more, but, you know, I won't. But, yeah, there's a lot of weird hostility towards male VTubers. Like I said, it comes from multiple directions, but I mostly have found personally that it comes from other men just being weird about the whole thing. Mainly because they like having a sub-genre of streaming and entertainment where they have pretty or attractive women that they can kind of dehumanize by only regarding them as a character that can actually talk back to them. You know what I mean? It's weird. It is very weird. But I say all that to say, I knew that that weird hostility towards men in the VTuber space would also be something that would play against me. And men in this space are very lucky to get anywhere, to be honest. I don't really feel like any male VTubers have truly cracked the code on how to attain success on the level of somebody like Doki Bird or Iron Mouse. There's one at a major corporate VTuber company that has kind of made it, but he's quite... Well, I won't go into certain details that at least have been said about the individual, because, of course, I don't know that person, so I'm not going to say anything. But setting those things aside, he's kind of done so by having, like, a large fan base of women who are very, very attracted to him, and he also goes through the same thing. Of having a very parasocial fan base, except, of course, it's coming from women on his end, who also behave in a very creepy manner and harass any woman that gets close to him. So, you know. It is a very tricky situation. For sure. My problem with streaming is that if I do it too frequently, I feel like playing anything off stream is a waste of time. Yes. Yes, I have felt that way too, Sally. That is something I've been trying to kind of reckon with myself. Don't feel pressured by me. I'm usually only paying half attention. No, I appreciate it regardless, Dandy. I know what you mean. And I don't mind that at all. Part of the fun of streaming is kind of like, as much pressure as it is to be live, there's also kind of a comfort in knowing that most people are doing other things while they're watching you, whether they're trying to fall asleep, or they're studying, or they're engaging in their hobbies, or playing a game themselves. It's just kind of nice to know that you're kind of like, just like a small component of somebody else's day, you know? I want to try and make a 3D model, but I'm scared it will suck. Will be? I'm sure it will be fine. You should give it a shot. Okay, but like imagine a Van Gogh style model? That would actually be very cool, Augustine. This is why my VTuber model will be a turkey sandwich. There are some VTubers that are like that. There's one I've seen before in like reaction videos that's like a hamburger. I think he's Japanese. So it is possible. There's always someone taking it too far? Yes, all the time. It helps me as a cat in IRL to infiltrate human society via the act of VTuber. I was actually meaning to mention the other day in your stream, Darkweaver, that I like the little nyas that just kind of randomly happen. I hate creeps always giving men a bad name. Yeah. How dare they? I'm adorable. I've had more negative interactions on YouTube being a VTuber than on Twitch. I'm scared to ask what has happened with you, Valko, because I've heard that as well. Yeah, there's definitely... I've seen some really gross comments about people, about VTubers on YouTube, in the comment sections and such. You also got to be careful if your model is feminine for a guy, because guys will get mad that you're not a woman. Yes, I have also seen that too. I have also seen that. Which is kind of weird, because, like, I'm sure this is a very popular YouTuber, but there is Porcelain Maid, and he, his whole backstory is that he is, like, his soul got trapped in, like a female doll, and he does have a male model as well, but that's just kind of like his backstory and stuff like that, and he's very popular. So, but I have seen that, yeah, some people do get weirdly upset. Because again, they want, like, I think they get mad because they're attracted to the model, and of course they want to be able to impose that attraction upon the streamer, so they feel like they lose that ability, yeah. Give those an AI anime chatbot and leave real people out of it? Yeah, I agree. If AI has to exist for any reason at all, let them use that. I guess because I make it blatantly obvious I'm not a cute streamer. That is such a weird reason to be, like, to treat people poorly. Like, obviously there's gonna be a variety of different kinds of streamers with different dispositions, whether we're talking about VTubers or, you know, real streamers, whatever you want to call people who use their real face and stuff. I don't know, that's very, very weird. And especially when it comes to VTubing, I would think that part of the fun is being able to, be something a little bit more than what you are in reality. You know, even if it doesn't really manifest much in the way that you, like, behave, there's still a certain fun in getting to play a character role of sorts. Had this very thing on a YouTube show. Oh, the thing that Wilby mentioned? That is so stupid. Oh my god. On a less serious note, Sayu gets a lot of hate as a male VTuber from women VTubers, but it's because they're sick of him voicing all the hot guys in games and anime. That is a weird reason to be upset at somebody. I think you're a cute, entertaining, and interesting VTuber. All the love. Thank you so much, Dark Reaver. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Hold on. Wilby, I'm sorry that that message got held up. That, apparently Twitch thought you were being misogynistic. Which... Augustine, also got dinged for apparently being misogynistic when he, mentioned his wife the other night. Which is ridiculous. A lot of people just presume the only reason you choose a model is so they can find it attractive. It's not about them, it's about your interests. It's not an excuse for them to dehumanize you. Exactly. But people have a way of making everything about themselves. A lot of people, unfortunately, have main character syndrome. Or are very narcissistic. And they perceive the world through a lens that everything that happens is about them. And will take offense to you living your own life and making your own decisions because of how they perceive it as relating to them, even if you don't know them from Adam. It's a sad fact. the Niaz come with being a cat can't help it. Fair enough. Well, the worst one so far was a comment chain that began with, "Why does this cute anime girl have such a manly voice?" which went for a couple replies before he told me to put tattoos, a beard, or something to make my model look more masculine. Fuck that guy. What an idiot. I don't understand that at all. Well, actually, I do. I understand the idiotic thought process that they have, but it's stupid. It's very, very stupid. And I'm sorry that that happened to you. Honestly, I don't really know how people perceive me, like my model and such. But given that, as you can see by the carousel, like, for all, like, intents and purposes, like, you know, I am a guy, obviously. But as you can see, some of my wonderful cursed ones enjoy drawing me as a woman, and I don't mind that whatsoever. I'm honored for any and all fan art. And I'm kind of expecting for some piece of shit at some point to come in and have something to say about that. Not that I give a shit, and it will be dealt with promptly. But, unfortunately, you kind of come to anticipate that people are going to, people are gonna, you know, start stuff over nothing. In fact, one of my streamer friends had somebody look at their, like, they posted a YouTube short of them as a chibi. And then somebody came in to shit on them for doing that. And I had words with that individual. Not pleasant ones. But it just goes to show that no matter what you do, somebody is always going to have something stupid to say. So it's really not worth giving any real oxygen to it. Because people like that are so miserable in their own lives that they have nothing else to give but misery. And that's it. Like they say, misery loves company. They're not really worth giving them mind share. Throw them into the spider pit, that's dumb, stupid nonsense, yeah. It was rude as hell, and I just didn't waste my time replying. I don't blame you at all, Valko. I'd kick him right in the crotch if I could. They would deserve it, absolutely. Yeah, like, sorry. To have a high-pitched voice doesn't mean I'm trying to act as a girl. Yeah. And I've seen, like, I've seen women go through that as well. Like, for having, like, deeper voices and such, they get picked on for trying to be masculine or whatever when that is not the case. And obviously, none of what we're talking about here applies to anybody who is gender fluid or, you know, anything like that. Just strictly speaking about people who are at the very least, like, cisgender. And identify as, you know, male or female. What the hell, why didn't I see the alerts? I do not know. Probably Twitch being Twitch again. 100%, and now I'm thinking of having a cigarette added later because that was also suggested. And right now, lore-wise, OC is a smoker. I would love to hear more about your lore, Valko. I really do. One of my favorite things about VTubing is being able to have your own story. In fact, I've actually started writing a series called Chronicles of a Cursed Witch that I do post as blog posts on my Ko-Fi account. That does contain, like, little updates of my my lore. If you continue being like this, I'm gonna be forced to activate shield mode. When I said I wanted my gender affirmed, I didn't mean Twitch calling me a misogynist for mentioning my wife. I'm sorry, Augustine. I don't know why Twitch did that. It's a rough life now. My model is androgynous anime guy, and my voice is kind of deep and gravelly, and I guess he took that personally. People are so weird. Everything makes people feel some kind of way, and sometimes they feel the need to express it even though nobody asked for their opinion. You know? Like, you know, sometimes you say that, and I can understand why you might come off as kind of a jerk for saying, like, I didn't ask for your opinion, but, you know, there's plenty of things that I don't like seeing in everyday life. And you know what I do? I just keep moving. Because not everything needs commentary. And I would rather spend my time with things that make me happy than things that make me feel miserable and angry. And I understand that in the modern world of the internet, everything is all about rage baiting and engagement. From that perspective. But there's enough things to make your blood pressure go up on a daily basis. Whether it's literally the things you eat or looking at the news. Right? So why would I want to go onto YouTube and click the video that is clearly designed to piss you off, or keep going through different social media posts that are designed to keep you within the clutches of the algorithm, so you keep clicking on more and more posts and such? It's not worth it. And there's enough that threatens my sanity on a daily basis. I would prefer to protect the very few bits of untouched sanity that I have left. You know what I mean? Yeah, your gender swap fan art is going strong. Yeah, I love it. I think it's fun. And it does not bother me whatsoever. You rock a skirt, that's why. Adrian is really easy to draw as a cat girl. It's luscious hair. IRL me is jealous. I see your model and I think that's Adrian. That makes me happy. Because, I do think that one issue that people have in the VTubing community is, I feel like some people don't really have much of an eye for unique design. And I don't mean that, like, to insult anybody. I just mean to say, like, I think some people kind of don't really give it much thought before they have something made up and then they go along. And for me, I find that kind of disappointing because VTubing is this medium in which you can really be anything you want. So, you know, when people just kind of either design their character after an existing anime character or to make it kind of reminiscent of a popular streamer that already exists, I think that's a waste, you know? Especially if you're spending a lot of money on having it made. I feel like having the foresight to come up with something unique that really fits your personality is one of the big advantages you have in doing this, and more people should take advantage of that. So, it makes me happy that you do kind of look at me and you think that is me specifically, and not like, oh, that reminds me of person X, Y, or Z, you know? We need more Neko, Adrian. Adrian has become a streamer therapy center. Have I? Adrian. That reminds me of my vampire therapy game. I've heard of that, Augustine. I do wonder. I've never seen anything from it. I wonder. You're a well-thought individual. I feel I can see the goth in you coming out. Very refreshing and interesting. Thank you, Darkweaver. That is a huge compliment. Honestly, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. That made my day. I've been formulating the lore for some time into this weird hard science fiction / fantasy hybrid. Because at this point, I'm planning it to be a novelization. So you probably already know this, Falco, but I am a writer. I feel like that gets less and less true every time I say that. But, yeah, that's really cool. And I hope that you actually do, write it out, because I would love to read that. I'm surprised more VTubers haven't done that. Like, I don't know if I'll ever, like, make a actual book out of my lore and whatnot, but I do try to incorporate it into things that I do presentation-wise. When I did my outfit reveal for my suit, I did do a little opening, what do you call it, monologue to kind of contextualize it. And I do intend to do that with the second model that I am trying to have made. Because I just think it's fun. Again, you have a rare opportunity to do something special as a VTuber, and at least for me, I actually did an interview one time with Eric Loy. He's on YouTube. He's a very nice guy, great guy. Used to work in radio and such. And he interviewed me. And I told him during that interview that one of the things that made me want to be a VTuber was the childish desire when I was a kid to be an anime character. And it feels really fun to be able to say, hey, well, I'm doing that, you know? So, I don't know. I look at it with this whimsy that I think more people should. You know? You get to be something other than you, and you should kind of push that as far as you can. I think that's fun. So, actually, like, making a whole story out of it would be really, really cool. To Twitch's defense, for once, what I said out of context absolutely could have been used for evil. Fair. Everyone here writing out their lore and mine's based on vibes. Listen, in the world of writing, Augustine, you have people that are planners. That's me. When I write, I like to write outlines and I like to plan everything out. And then you have people who they call pantsers, or people who write by the seat of their pants. They just write whatever comes to mind and work out the details later. There's nothing wrong with either method. So if your lore is based on vibes, that's still perfectly valid, and in the world of writing, that is a very, that has led some people to be very successful authors. So you're all good with that. I will make my unique design by using the neon green to burn it into your retinas. Your design is awesome, Augustine. Yes, your design is awesome. You are firmly in the creative and well thought out design camp, in my opinion. The curse of being a writer that flirts with purple prose way too much. Get Adrian to play vampires and therapy the game. I'll look into it. I've seen it around. I think it's on Switch as well. So we'll see. Maybe I'll play that at some point. I definitely agree. The accessories I wear on my model are ones I own in person too. I love that. See, there's certain little things that I really like when people do find ways to incorporate aspects of themselves into their models or their environment or things like that. It makes it more personal and special. So I do like hearing that. One day I will be an anime character. Afterwards, I will ascend to godhood. Trust. When you say it, Augustine, I believe it. Fair, but they mean flowery as in overly flourished or complex. At some point, it was decided that Hemingway is the height of English writing, and the short declarative sentence became the gold standard. Yeah, don't get me started on the weird, evolving things involving, writing. I write dark poetry as well. And, I was looking for some advice, because I've never really considered myself to be a particularly great poet, but I enjoy writing poetry regardless. But I do like poetry that rhymes. And somehow I've found that in the modern day, people really hate poetry that rhymes, and they prefer, like, free verse and whatnot, and just being able to do whatever they want, which is perfectly fine. I'm not saying you have to adhere by, the limitations of any particular, rules in poetry, but the weird hostility towards it kind of surprised me. Like, there's some guy that was talking about being made fun of, I think by his professor or whatever in class for writing a poem that, that rhymed, and I was like, okay. I think we're kind of jumping the shark here. Just a little bit. Don't need to go and do all of that. My lore is me aggressively sifting through the doodles I made of my Sona and my middle math notebooks, praying I find a usable scrap of information. Once again, Augustine, that is valid. Gotta hate Hemingway. Valko, you should keep your flowers. You can use them to make poison for next time someone complains about your model not being manly enough. Good old nightshade and hemlock cocktail, good idea. Goth counselor. I like the ring that has to it, effecto. But okay, I apologize for getting so off track, although not really, because I enjoyed the conversation back and forth with all of you. But I will finish what I was saying about Sony real quick. We'll get through that, we'll do the reading, and then we'll play the game. So yes, Sony. They're shutting down the PSN store on PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita. Not ideal, but they are old consoles, I get it. I do think that it would be great if they could keep these stores open indefinitely, but I do understand that there are vulnerabilities that do come with that. And Sony has already had intrusions before, to put it kindly. Now, while I might be able to abide by that, I cannot abide by the second part of their blog post, which it seems like the entire internet is not abiding by it very well, which is the announcement that in 2028, they will no longer provide any more physical discs for their consoles. Not just from them, from anybody. No more physical games. They're completely dismantling their physical games operation, so you will no longer have any physical PlayStation discs. Everything will be digital only. And that is bullshit. That made me very upset. For various reasons. First of all, it is incredibly anti-consumer. Incredibly anti-consumer. Second of all, for those of us who like to own things, properly own them, and not just get digital licenses that can be ripped away from you. In fact, recently there was a thing where there's this, I think it's a TV company or something named Canal J or something, had all of their stuff taken off of PlayStation because of some licensing thing. And if you bought any TV series or whatever from that specific company, they also had it removed from your library. No worries, Valko, take your time. So, you truly don't own anything. Which, you know, If you ever see those very, very long, the legalese that you have to say I accept to in a lot of these games, yeah, you really don't own anything. They reserve the right to take away your games or whatever anytime that they want to. A good example of this being PT from Konami after they had their falling out with Kojima, and they decided to take their problem with him out on the players by removing the game from the store and no longer allowing people to download it from their history, even if they owned it. The whole Canal J situation and the PT situation is a good example of what the future of gaming looks like. So, it is not looking good, right? Hold on, let me read this. I don't think my messages are being visible. YouTube wants me to shut up. No, I can see you, Effecto. I might have been missing some stuff. Hold on, let me go up. I don't know if you have posted more than this, but the last thing I see you posted was was boing boing and some music notes. But I can see your messages, Effecto. So if something else got lost there, it might have been a connection issue. So please feel free to repost it. Let me catch up on chat before I continue my diatribe. Wow, Sony just out here actively destroying their own business? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, somebody, well, I won't say how they described it because I don't want to potentially accidentally trigger anybody because it was kind of descriptive, self-harming language, but suffice to say it was very accurate for what they're doing. Considering GTA physical copy won't even have a CD, that was the next step. Yeah, actually, I do think... I wonder if Rockstar did that because they got the memo from Sony and just decided, screw it. You know? As we discussed yesterday, PS3 is one of the few places you can play Silent Hill 1 nowadays the legit way, which is a shame. Yeah, and that'll be gone now, completely. Welcome back, Falco. I grew up with Sony, and I feel they have always been for the consumer for as long as I can remember, but in the last 2 months, they've just been going downhill fast. Yeah, Sony has taken a nosedive, Darkweaver, and the thing about that, too, is it's not even just the PlayStation division. As somebody who is subscribed to Crunchyroll, they fucked that up completely, too. I've bought anime Blu-rays back when Funimation was its own entity and not fused into Crunchyroll. And some of those Blu-rays actually had virtual, like digital copies included. So you had the disc, and then you also had a digital copy that you could access from your phone or your computer or whatever. When Sony bought Funimation and folded them into Crunchyroll, they did not bother honoring those digital copies, and they no longer exist. So something I paid for, I'm just shit out of luck with. Because they just decided you don't matter. They've also raised the price on Crunchyroll. They stopped hiring translators and have fired several of them to replace them with AI. And I can definitely tell you that the quality on the Japanese translations for a lot of the anime has been complete and utter dog shit ever since they took over Crunchyroll and started implementing AI translation, because go figure. Sony has been a poison to everything that they've touched in the last few years, and it's only getting worse and worse. And this is... I hate this because this is going to encourage more and more developers to abandon physical copies, and we get less options as consumers for where we buy games, right? And we're going to get into some details here of how I personally kind of view this situation. But let me catch up on chat. I want to see if Effecto said anything else. I think they do now. I had troubles. Damn my Wi-Fi. Sorry about that, Effecto. But I can see your stuff right now, so don't worry. It's like they want everyone to be on the seas with the way they're taking away your right to own things you purchased. Yeah, exactly. Support Stop Killing Games and other similar movements? Yes. Apparently the EU has destroyed the Stop Killing Games initiative as well. Yeah, I saw that. Imagine getting banned and losing the 20 games you paid for. Yes. Actually, that's the thing too. To my knowledge, if you get banned, Nintendo and Microsoft don't take your games away, but PlayStation does. And that's actually a good segue into something I was going to mention, right? So we've talked a lot about how Microsoft has been shooting themselves in the foot recently, the boneheaded decisions that they've been making, in a lot of regards. And don't get me wrong, they have been garbage for a while now. And Nintendo is not perfect, even though I'm a self-admitted massive Nintendo fan, but they, of course, are not perfect. However, here's what I find very interesting. With Nintendo, they have routinely been besmirched for not being, like, pro-consumer. And I don't agree with that. And I'm not saying that they're the most pro-consumer. They're a business. All businesses are, you know, any business that is publicly traded and such and does not have a commitment to trying actively to make things easier for people or whatever is going to, of course, encroach in greed. That's just how it is. However, looking at me anecdotally, when I bought a Switch 2, I did not have to buy a separate controller to play local multiplayer because all of my stuff from the Switch 1 is compatible. All of my controllers. My system is backwards compatible. My online subscription carries over. Okay. And for me, that has actually been a massive boon. I had somebody visit recently, and we wanted to play some Mario Kart World. And they did not own a Switch controller. And you want to know how easy it was for me to play split-screen multiplayer with them? All I had to do was pass them one of my old controllers that I bought in, like, 2018. That felt good. When I paid for a console, all I had to do was pay the price of the console. There are certain things that make it easier and more inexpensive during these times that I do really appreciate. That is one such thing. On top of that, the game keycard situation, right, which for anybody who doesn't know, on the Nintendo Switch 2, some games that you get are called game key cards. You get a cartridge, but they're not actually, like, there's nothing really on them. All you really get on it is a thing that kind of pings Nintendo servers to let you know that you own it, and then you download the game. It's basically a digital copy with extra steps. I am not a fan of that, but there are two reasons why they exist. Number one, cartridge manufacturing costs are much higher than Blu-ray disc costs because there are far less things using cartridges in general. And the cost for like video game cartridges on the original Switch got more expensive depending on how much space you needed. So I think there was like a 4 gig card, 8 gigs, 16, and then I think 32 or something like that. And a lot of developers would try to go as small as they could to avoid having to pay the cost of having those manufactured. That's a unfortunate circumstance, but it's only getting worse as things become less physical. There is not really any other company demanding those specific kinds of cartridges other than Nintendo, which means they can't do anything to drive those costs down. So, in addition to that, some games actually need to be streamed directly from, like, the onboard memory to run properly without loading issues and stuff. Same thing actually happens with the PlayStation and the Xbox. There are some games that you get a disc, but they pretty much are only there to, again, ping their servers and let them know you have it, because there's too much information to be streamed quickly enough from the disc to the console. So, with those two issues combined, kind of bred the creation of the game key cards. as a half step for developers who do not want to have to pay so much for the creation of cartridges, as well as for some games like Square said Final Fantasy VII Remake, for instance, needed the game key cards because it would have loaded too slow off of a cartridge, for example. Is it ideal? No. But the one positive aspect that the game key cards bring is that you can actually resell them. And that, at the very least, gives you options. If you buy a game that you don't end up liking, you can sell it, or you can lend it to a friend, and they can still play it as though it is a physical copy. It's not perfect because, of course, you still need an internet connection, which, yes, most of us have that these days, but not everyone does, and even fewer of us have good internet connections. So it's not ideal. It's not plug and play like consoles are supposed to be, but at the very least, you retain an option as a consumer to sell and resell. You know what I mean? And that alone makes the game key cards better than what Sony is doing right here, which is taking away that option entirely. And this also makes me think of, like, when Microsoft tried to do this with the Xbox One, with the whole, you need to be connected online all the time, it will check your system every 24 hours to make sure that you're connected, that you own it, etc., etc. And Sony took advantage of that stupidity at that point, at E3 that year, by having a video in which, I think it was Shuhei Yoshida and Adam Boyes, two of the executives at the time from PlayStation, record a short video where they just pass each other a copy of Killzone Shadowfall, I think, basically showing like, oh, this is how you share a game on PlayStation. And it got raucous cheers from the crowd, and everybody was basically like, yes, this is what we want. We don't want to constantly feel like we don't own anything. And now, 13 years later, they've turned around and they're doing the same exact thing Microsoft was going to do way back when. Right? So I say all this to say, no company is perfect. I'm not saying Nintendo has never done anything anti-consumer or whatever, because they definitely have. Believe me, I have some issues with them. However, the reason I bring that up as a contrast is to say, they could very easily continue to support disc-based games. If they themselves as a publisher don't want to print discs, then they don't have to, right? Fine. But at least allow third parties the options of doing that. Because there are some other companies as well, like I know they have some problematic issues themselves, but like Limited Run Games offers some games that would have never had the opportunity to get physical copies. That's going to ruin that as well. So there's a lot that this is going to damage across the board. And I've seen people defending this, saying that, oh, well, PC games have been digital forever. But, and this is a reason I also brought up Nintendo and Microsoft. On PC, Switch, and Xbox, you actually do have options to buy digital copies off of their respective stores. Like, you can actually buy digital copies of Switch games off of Amazon, for example. And on PC, you're not limited to just Steam and the Epic Game Store or whatever, or GOG. You actually can buy CD keys from other sites and stuff like that, right? Or buy, like, codes, I should say, from sites like CD keys and other things. So, you have many options. With PlayStation, they don't offer the opportunity to buy digital copies of games from anywhere except PSN. And as I mentioned before, PSN is not the most reliable service in general. And there's no way for you to access those games if something were to happen to the network, as it has multiple times before. 2011 is not the only time that the service has been taken down. There was another time, a few years later, if I'm not mistaken, where they got, I think, DDoS attacked by some group called Lizard Squad or something like that. But yeah, the long and short of it is, before I read what you all have posted, is this is a very anti-consumer move. It is going to limit our choices for where we can buy games and how we buy them. It's going to destroy physical collection. We aren't going to own anything. And I just don't get it. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do from a greedy business perspective. Of course, who couldn't see it? But I guess they were expecting at this point because, at this point, most people buy their games digitally, unfortunately. I think it's something like 90% now, at least in the PlayStation ecosystem I read, buy their games digitally, that they could get away with it. But people do not like having choice taken away from them. And this has been blowing up all over the news today. It has escaped the gaming sphere. I have seen multiple outlets that even only usually post political news posting about it. So it's broken containment. And on the PlayStation blog, normally whenever they post new entries, even if it's for like a promising looking game or like a big PlayStation first party game, like Wolverine or the new God of War, those posts on their site normally only get a couple of comments because of course most people are interacting on social media rather than a blog, right? Yet, when they announced this today, last I checked, they were already at like 4,000 comments, all pissed off about this. So it's not going over well. And people have been going back to that old video I mentioned before, where they showed how you shared games on the PS4, and writing new comments basically saying like, how did we get to what we experience today from, you know, from here. And I saw a comment that really stuck with me. It was very poignant. And somebody said watching this video now is like watching the wedding tape after the divorce. And I thought that was a very interesting way to put it. But it does go to show how far they have fallen from the days of really doing a lot of pro-consumer moves. Which Sony has always had their issues, don't get me wrong, but yeah, they were definitely a lot better about it back then than today. Across the board, again, not only just with PlayStation, but what they're doing with Crunchyroll, etc. Which, on that end, I didn't even mention that they shut down Right Stuff, which is, I believe, the oldest anime and, like, Japanese goods, like, media goods store in the US. And they bought them out and shut them down for no reason. But yes, let me catch up on the comments real quick. I apologize for the diatribe. I just wanted to explain that in good detail for those of you that may have missed the news today. Nothing in the film industry is about creating and sharing art or people's visions anymore, and it truly shows. I recently watched Iron Lung, and I've been enjoying more indie content, and the difference in passion is insane. Yes, absolutely. I want to see Iron Lung. I haven't seen it yet. But, as with anything, the independent space is probably where you're going to get the most human experience. And at this point, I mean that literally. With AI taking over everything. Whether you're talking about movies, music, or video games, the indie space is pretty much the oasis in the desert, in a lot of cases. I still remember the times when we thought digital copies would get cheaper since companies would discount the box and disc manufacturer price. How dumb we were? Yeah, unfortunately. Funny enough, Nintendo actually started selling their digital games for cheaper than their physical games. I don't know if that'll last, but it is interesting they're doing that. And it would be nice if that became a trend, but I'm not expecting it to. Corpo's gonna corpo? Yeah. Unfortunately. After I heard Nintendo basically made it clear they had the right to brick your console if they felt you broke their terms, was a reason I couldn't support them as a company. On top of the overpriced games, where even physical copies are shipped with a single digital code for the game, I literally bought PS4 just for Bloodborne. When I heard next FromSoft game would be on Switch 2, as much as I love FromSoft, I just couldn't justify getting a Switch 2. I don't think either company is worth it at this point. Yeah, the thing where they can brick your console, yeah, pretty much all of them reserve the right to do that. Unfortunately, like that is, I mean, in some cases it's justified, but yeah, that is something that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo all can do. The big difference between Microsoft and Nintendo versus Sony is that even if your console gets like bricked or whatever, you can still access your backlog of games, like re-download stuff with an Xbox Live or Nintendo Switch account, but you can't do that with a PlayStation account. There's also the fact that a PC game will work broadly on other PCs while a PlayStation game is formatted in such a way that it will only work on a PlayStation. Yes, exactly. That is another major thing here. And like, the other thing too with that is that a PC is a device that has other utilities beyond gaming. So when games on PC largely became digital only, that was kind of also a side effect of the fact that PCs do not really include disk drives anymore in general. So there's not really anything that publishers could do about that. That's not like a choice that, say, Valve made, you know what I mean? That was just kind of a consequence of PC hardware changing across the board. Because it didn't only affect video games. I can't listen to a CD on my computer anymore or watch a DVD. Unless you get a separate drive for it. And those are getting harder and harder to find. I'm a pretty big Markiplier fan, but even outside of that, the movie as a piece of art is incredible. And I can't get enough. I do want to see it. Hopefully I get to watch it soon. Between that and the Amazing Digital Circus doing well in theaters, and the Backrooms, even though it wasn't really like an independent film, but of course it was built off the back of an independent project by Kane Parsons, I'm happy to see independent artists thriving in the film space. I'm not sure what the status of PS4/5 emulators are. Even PCS X3 is pretty spotty. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, PS3 emulation is very difficult. Also, the movie is an incredibly reasonable price, and it's coming out with physical copies. I want some. I only saw it available on YouTube. Is there somewhere else to watch it? I'll just wait for the physical then. Okay, did I miss anything on YouTube? If I don't join streams for a while, just know it's because I couldn't pay my bills. Effecto, I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope that that is not, I hope that doesn't end up being the case, but please don't apologize if you can't make some streams. Just focus on yourself and doing what you need to do, okay? Sorry that that was kind of lost in the mix there, but yeah, please make sure that you're prioritizing what you need to pay and what you need to do. It's no issue. Making it to my streams or any other streams is the least of anybody's problems in that regard, okay? So don't apologize about that. I have to try not to nerd too hard. I'm bordering on promotion right now. I know what you mean. I feel the same way when I really enjoy a good movie or something, or game. But I do really want to see it. But yeah, all in all, it's not a great time in gaming, and that's before apparently Microsoft is looking to do a bunch of layoffs, which Sony has also been doing layoffs. It's weird because this year has been replete with tons of great games, both independent and you know, big budget. And in the back of all of that, we have people losing their jobs and us losing more and more rights as consumers. And that really sucks. So I'm just hoping that the backlash is so bad that they're forced to renege, but I'm not anticipating that they'll do that. They'll probably plant their heels in the ground on this. And the sad part is, I would say I hope that the other two punish them for it, but really the only one who could is Nintendo, because Microsoft continues to flush the Xbox brand down the toilet. And this is exactly why I continue to say it's very important for there to be competition in any field. Because when they have to keep each other in check, it makes it harder to get away with shit like this. When you have no competition, you're pretty much free to do whatever you want. So, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I guess we'll see. And people think Bethesda's gonna do a Fallout New Vegas remaster or remake. It would be cool if they did that, but I don't know what's gonna happen now with the way Microsoft is behaving. I would hope that they would know that Fallout is a big enough name that they would want that to come out, but I honestly don't know, given the fact that they apparently are even reportedly looking to potentially cancel the Blade game that Arcane Studios was working on. And you would think having a big Marvel project would be something you wouldn't want to lose, but Microsoft is pretty much stuffing their hand in the couch cushion looking for any pennies that they can. And the same thing, honestly, is going on with Sony. And it's not just them. Pretty much every company is doing that right now. Because they want every bit of money that they can possibly squeeze out of people with everything that is going on. Like the AI costs, the stupid-ass tariffs, and everything else that's going on. That's making stuff expensive. And they're making it our problem, pretty much. It's like I saw someone say, you know, if you're going to do this, this thing where you're no longer going to have physical games, not that this would make it better, per se, but at the very least drop the cost of the games to match the fact that, like Sally said before, you're not having to compete with, like, share the money made off of games with the brick-and-mortar stores, or pay for shelf space, or things like that, or the cost of production of boxes, discs, and whatnot. But they won't do that either, of course not. The goddamn layoffs are the cherry on top. I hate it. This is a bad timeline and I want out. Augustine, I feel that way every single day. It's like you kind of just blinked and everything just got worse. Not that life has ever been particularly great, but we're definitely in some kind of downward spiral, and it's like nobody is doing anything to make it stop. And I'm not talking about like some individual figure to come save us all. I just mean even like people in general. Like, people have just become so willing to accept terrible things, and it's very disheartening. Because even like, you know, at the end of the day, not talking about the layoffs because those are people's livelihoods, but talking about like not being able to buy physical games, that sucks. But it's obviously one of the least important things going on right now in life, right? However, you would think that even for something so unimportant, people would be able to band together on stuff. But when I was looking at the comments, I was seeing people apologizing for it. Like, basically saying, like, oh, this is the future. Like, I'm glad that they're no longer going to have physical games. Like, how does this benefit you? To apologize for having options taken away from you. Even if you never used it, good for you. Somebody else did. Why would you be happy about them losing an opportunity to own a physical game? And you do not have stocks in Sony, right? You don't own any shares. So, are you benefiting from this in some way? If not, why are you cheerleading it? But that's where we're at. So, you would at least think that in such a relatively unimportant situation such as this, that hardcore gamers would band together for something because they will cause us think about just about anything, right? They're there to complain about certain games not looking as visually good as they should, or complaining about the latest Pokemon game having bad graphics or animations or whatever, but you can't band together on literally being stripped of something that has been there from the beginning. But, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. What are they even going to do when they have all the money? What's the point? Unfortunately, I don't think they thought that far ahead. They did not think that far ahead. Welcome to late-stage capitalism? Yeah, pretty much. Here's you guys' quote for the day. We serial killers are your sons, your husbands, we are everywhere, and there will be more. Well, that is an interesting quote. Welcome in, Purple. Basically, you have a class of people that desperately wanted to be modern aristocracy, and now they've achieved that. They seek deification. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's an accurate read of the situation. No, not everything is bad, but it gets hard as hell to be optimistic with these MFs. Augustine, that right there is exactly why at the beginning of the stream I said, that is why at the beginning of the stream I said it's very important to create spaces where we can kind of be there for one another, and uphold those spaces and protect them. That is something that I do take pride in, with what I've achieved so far as a streamer. And it's very important to me to keep it going, particularly because of that. These rare spaces like this are one of the only ways that we can kind of stay somewhat sane with everything going on. And I think when you're able to find like-minded individuals who also feel what's happening, it helps you to not feel so alone, and you don't feel as crazy as you may on your own, processing all of this every single day of your life, you know? Sadly. The role of spiritual mobilization later, Ayn Rand, has had dire consequences for the American mentality? Yes. I'm sending them to space without enough oxygen and no carbon scrubbers. Guess Elon can enjoy his rockets now? Yeah. Alone in the dark? Yes, we're gonna play. I do apologize. We're gonna get to the game. I do know what you were getting at, but that is a good reminder for me. In fact, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get into our pre-stream or pre-game tarot card pull. I'm glad that Callisto is not here right now because she would be roasting me for getting to it 2 hours into the stream. You know what, though? Today is a good day because I got 2 hours of yeah. Alright, here we go. Let's see what the cards have for us today. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I'll get to that after I finish this reading. And then we'll start the game. Alright. Today's card is... Oh, actually, this is a really good card considering everything we just talked about. Today's card is the Star in the upright position. This is a card I always really love to pull. And this card represents hope. Hope and recovery after a very difficult time. This card follows the Tower, which is a card you usually never really want to pull. At least in my experience. And the star is kind of like the rainbow after a violent storm. It indicates something better on the horizon. And a warming feeling that you will be okay after a very difficult time that has probably left your life rather torn apart. You pull this card, it is a very good sign that even if it doesn't feel like it, you are being taken care of by the universe. And you will be okay. And you won't just be okay. By the end of this, you will feel a lot happier than you have up to this point. You will feel taken care of. And you will feel a sense of love and, what's a good word for it? Wholeness, I suppose, in the wake of such a difficult time. I can't stress enough how positive this card really is, and comforting it is to see this card. And generally, it is encouragement not just to understand that you'll be okay, but also to take and harness that, that positive feeling and share it with others where you can. There's always somebody who needs some hope in their lives, and you are encouraged to be that hope for whoever you can. To make people see that they're not alone, and to support others however you can. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, more so than any mystic hope or otherwise vague promise, we can be the support that other people need, and they can be our support. So when you feel this sense of wholeness within you and hope, you are encouraged to share it with other people, if possible. And to know that you're going to be okay. And that no matter how bleak things may look in the moment, you will get through it, you will survive it, and you will thrive. And not only that, but whatever it is that you aspire to achieve, you can and you will do it. Whatever manner that comes to pass will be up to you entirely. But you're going to be okay. And you will, by the end of all of this, feel much better off than you were before all of the hard times. So, don't be afraid to embrace that positive feeling, even if you feel afraid to, because things haven't been particularly great up to this point. You can trust this positive feeling. And you're not alone. So, yeah. Bottom line is, if you've been going through a tough time, this is the rainbow at the end of your storm. You're gonna be okay. Allow yourself to feel that hope and understand that you are being watched and cared for. And if you can, take that feeling and share it with others. Be other people's hope, support them, and let them know that they're not alone either. Yes, that is our pre-game tarot card pull. And I think that's a wonderful card to pull in light of everything we just discussed. Not so much just the gaming stuff, because that's, again, relatively unimportant in the grand scheme of life, but just how bad everything has been in recent years. Really for a long time, but you know. In recent memory especially. And I do hope that for all of you listening personally, that this resonates with you, and that all of you do find that you have a little bit of hope and support in your lives. That's why it's the pre-game tarot card and not the pre-stream tarot card. Exactly. I rebranded it for that exact reason. The rats made me crazy. Cards telling us Adrian is a little star with creating this space. Thank you, Augustine. But I always say that you can make a space, but it's only as good as the people who come to fill it. And all of you are great. And I am very, very appreciative of every single one of you. And the way that you support one another, you're there for each other, you check on each other. It can be very hard to imagine, but sometimes that can really make somebody's day or prevent people from falling into a darker place just by asking how somebody is or saying, hey, I care about you or I worry about you. Because there are many people who never hear that in their entire lives. Or for much of it. And the fact that you guys are all very supportive of one another, that makes me happy. So, you are all your own little hopes in that exact way. Yeah, you attract cool people with your unmatchable swag and cool voice. Let's not get too carried away. I don't know about that. But I do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let me see, what did you say, Effecto? The card of hope. Thanks, universe. Yeah. And I do hope for your situation, Effecto, that this reflects well. Especially with everything that you do. You training to be a doctor. You yourself are training to be a hope that we really do need in the world. There's not enough doctors. And you are inherently studying to be the hope that other people will need for their sick loved ones or themselves or their friends. You're quite literally training to be a physical hope in your own right, Effecto. And that is very important. Don't worry, I'll be back. If Arnold could do it in the middle of the apocalypse, then I can as well. Damn right, exactly. You got this, Effecto. So take all the time that you need. I'm living, my brain's fried from the heat. I'm sorry to hear that, Purple. Yeah, I actually was kind of worried about streaming today because I don't know why my computer was acting up last night, but I do think it might have overheated. So we're gonna see how well this manages in just a minute, because I'm gonna load up the game. We'll see how it goes. But, yeah. Not that I particularly do this a lot anyway, but I might have to cut down on the PC games on stream for a while. Because, I don't know if my laptop can handle it. We'll see. Today's going to be a test run. I definitely won't be streaming for 6 hours like I was yesterday, almost 7 hours. So it should be more compliant. We'll see. It's okay, I know enough for the both of us. You must be, because that was Dandy asking. Fuck, the heat is brutal? Yeah, it is. Real, I'm tired of that evil space laser trying to deep fry my skin. Proud of you, Purple. I know it sucks, but I'm glad you're here with us. Yes, absolutely. Proud of you too, Adrian. Thanks for doing all you do. Thank you, Bolgay. And I'm very proud of you as well. Okay? Because you've been through some very tough... You've been through some shit. We'll put it that way. And, the fact that you always manage to be such a positive presence for people, and you do all that you do for your son, that is absolutely worth being proud of. And you're a very hard worker, Not that, you know... I think when some people, like, praise people for being hardworking, yes, that's a positive thing, but it's not the only reason you have to exist. Being a hard worker is a good thing, but you have a purpose for existence beyond employment. Or how much money you have, or whatever. So... yes, that is a very positive thing, but also just for the person that you are in spite of all that you go through. I'm proud of you too, Polke. I'm great at overcompensating for a lack of confidence. I'm basically a professional, I got you. Thank you, Augustine. Sorry I spaced so bad. Purple, I don't think that you need to apologize for that. I think it's more than understandable. But alright, I am going to, I'm gonna do the stretch that, Augustine redeemed before, because I actually do need it. I've been sitting here for 2 hours. And then we're gonna go ahead and see if we can finish Alone in the Dark 3. Alright. Let me go ahead and change this song. Alright. Just a moment, I will be right back. If any of you need to stretch or get a snack or something, do so. And I will be back to play the game. Thank you to everybody who's been patient throughout all of this. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Welcome in, Elandria. How are you doing this evening? I'm going for a snack. I didn't realize how hungry I was. Good. Make sure that you eat. The card today was the Star, Elandria, which is a very great card. Forgot I saw the notification because I was doing art fight stuff. No worries. I hope that was going well. Doing better than yesterday. Thank you for asking. I'm very happy to hear that. In fact, that actually kind of embodies the meaning of the star. The star is hope and positive sentiment and recovery after a difficult time, among other things, but I like to kind of think of it as a rainbow after a violent storm. So, yes, it is, it's a great card to pull, and I hope it's one that applies to you. And given that you're feeling a little bit better, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, everybody. Let's see if my computer can handle the majesty of Alone in the Dark 3. Here we go. I have to turn it down because it will absolutely blow my eardrums out. Right, here we are. What was my most recent save again? This one, right? Okay. This is where we were. We left off here yesterday. I've drawn 4 attacks now. I am attacking an innocent artist by drawing their character having fallen from the sky in a puddle in the rain crying. Was the second Alone in the Dark called Too Alone, Too Dark? Dandy, I actually named I named one of the stream titles that when I was playing Alone in the Dark too. We had the same idea. Alright, Sally, I am sorry that it took 2 hours for me to get to this, but here we are. So we need to figure out how to use this ingot. Is that how an art fight works? I've always been confused when artists say they're participating. Yeah, me too, actually, Bolgay. I'm curious about it. So I remember you saying that the ingot is used here, but I had the wrong positioning. Did that do it? He just kind of turned around on his own. No. Alright, how do we save her? Do I use it there? Apparently not. It's an art gifting it's an art gifting game. You choose someone's character and draw whatever you want or even make a craft. It's very open-ended. You get so many points for your team based on the complexity essentially of what you made. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, you know what? I don't know how many of you are here that weren't here yesterday. I'm going to do something so you can experience what I experienced last night. I want you to see this death animation. Just in case you missed it, because, last night was quite the comedic evening. But yes, I'm just going to provide this to you without context for anybody that wasn't here. Oh, right. I thought I had imagined that. No, you did not imagine that, Effecto. You did not imagine that at all. Abe was into some weird shit. I needed you all to see that. There's so much more I wish you could have seen. There was a note that absolutely killed me that I couldn't stop laughing at because of the delivery of the voice actor. It was rough. It was rough. I need to get some clips out so all of you can see it. I still think you need a safe word. Yeah, you guys didn't see me getting beaten with pizza spatulas, or get shrunken down Alice in Wonderland style only to grow impossibly large in a small hole. It was a lot. There was a lot going on last night. No worries, I already clipped it. It's on Discord. Okay, yes, everybody that's in the Discord, if you can, please check it out. You should probably also be able to see it here on my Twitch page. It was insane. Last night was a lot of fun, just purely based off of the sheer insanity. I see you are the cowboy now. Okay, Dandy, I'm glad you mentioned that, because do you want to know how I turned into a cowboy? Let me tell you. There was a boss fight. No, first of all, actually, let me back up a little bit. So, in order to try to save the woman that we're trying to save right now, who is on her knees in that little, summoning circle, right? We had to bring this suitcase full of money and then leave it in front of Abe Lincoln, the villain, right? So I set it down, and then I got domed. Two of his henchmen shot me directly in the head. So Edward Carnby died, like, canonically. And then, as they were burying him in the hole, in the grave, we were brought back to life by some sort of, ritual. By a shaman of some sort. And we had to play as some kind of cougar or something. Some kind of big cat. To go through this weird segment where we retrieved a eagle statue and brought it to the shaman, and then we melted it in some kind of spiritual fire, and we resurrected, popped out of the grave like something out of out of Evil Dead 2. And then after that, I had to confront myself. There was a evil zombie goblin version of Edward Carnby. So it's presented like it's a fight. But because he's you, if you try to punch him, you get punched. If you try to shoot him, he shoots you. So you want to know what the solution was? You put the gun down on the ground and you shake his hand. And when you shake his hand, you turn into a cowboy. And the only thing Edward has to say about any of this is, I always wanted to be a cowboy. And then immediately after that, you want to know what I did? I climbed a water tower. I jumped into said water tower. I put a bar of soap on the ground. A goblin man picked it up. And then said, I really am too filthy, and he died. And yeah. And that's not even everything you missed. Just to catch you up for those of you that weren't here last night. I did not consent for you to have my hat, Adrian. It's supposed to be the other way around. Oh, the shamanic ritual of having bullet wounds. I always forget that one. I say like I'm not losing my fucking mind from this description. Are the writers actually high or on acid? I'm wondering the same thing myself. I have no idea what's happening in this story anymore. I gave up on trying to understand it. It wasn't a handshake, it was a very emotional hug, or did I imagine that? No, it was a handshake, effecto, and then we kind of embraced after that, and I turned into a cowboy. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted you to see that death animation, because the first time that that happened, I was beside myself with laughter. Because the prior death animation was me being beaten in the head with pizza spatulas. Can I... Okay, I can actually walk over it here, okay. There we go. I thought I would die. Alright, well, we put the lead ingot in here. What do we do now? Okay, we set it on fire, apparently. Okay. Well, at least we got her out of that. Hold on, let me save. I've learned at this point to just constantly always be saving. Can I help her at all, or is she just gonna stay there? Oh my, poor thing, the way she fainted, I know, right? It was very dramatic. Sally, can I do anything to help her, or am I supposed to go after Abe Lincoln now? Go after Abe Lincoln for another BS puzzle? Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Okay, Alright, I guess I have no choice but to fight. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, we have a knife. Okay, that didn't do anything. Sally? Well, we're back here. You just became an Edward Sam. Alright, let's try that again. That death scene is way too funny to me, I can't even, I know. I know, it really is. Can I throw the ammonia at him? Ow, ow. Okay. Okay, so what do I do with the broken bottle? The pizza spatulas. I don't understand. What am I missing? Well, it was worth a shot, I suppose. The stupid death scene. Need to kill the guy fast and throw ammonia in the opposite direction where you came from. What exactly is the ammonia supposed to do? I don't understand. Are you kidding me? How does that even work? This game is ridiculous. How does that even work? And now that door just opens, and Abe Lincoln is... What the fuck is going on? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Okay. Beware Iron Man. Oh hey, I'm awake. Better pull this lever. I know, right, Bulgay? Ammonia smells so horrible that it can wake people up. It's one of the few things I actually think makes sense. Okay, that's fair. But the fact that... How did it get through the door? He's going full mecha? Yeah. Alright, why not? We'll take that. Okay, well, we're still stuck in here. I still don't know what the Cobra's wig is for. Oh, this. Okay, and now what? And now the door just opens. Okay. Got it. Smelling salts, I believe, are ammonia, and the smell alone is pretty pungent, so maybe under the crack of the door. Wait, soft locked? What do you mean? I soft locked myself just by doing that? Okay, hold on. Try going back. You need to pick up the leaded metal. Load a previous save. Like right here. 72 is fine. Is that the one I loaded? Okay. Where exactly is the leaded metal? This? You find an evil wand with a mineral tip? That thing? Okay. I like how there was no indication that it was even there. Oh my god. It's not mandatory, but it eases a boss fight by a lot. I'll take it. I will honestly take it. I like how this guy has no sense of self-preservation whatsoever. Like, you are gonna get killed too, you know. And it got caught on the wall. Well, we gotta do that again. Because of the wonderful hit detection. See, people. This game is happening every minute. Yeah. This has been the entire playthrough. Pretty much, for those of you that haven't been here from the start. You would not... Okay, there we go. Hold on, I will read that in just a second. Trying to make sure that I position myself correctly. Okay, there we go. Wow, you wouldn't believe how easy it is to make a VTuber model for a vampire who wears a hoodie and sweatpants. That is great to hear, Wilby. Are you actively working on that right now? And if so, what program are you using? And then, of course, we have... we have Mecha Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Now, let me save it again. Mecha Lincoln, yeah. Just finished and I just used the basic V-Roid. Ah, I see. Let me get the knife out. He built that in a cave with scraps, you know. Yeah, I saved it before I did the Cobra thing. I'm so dead. Can I not get through there? Hold on, wait. This thing. A rubber glove. Okay, never mind. For reference, those two guys, were the ones that domed me before. Also, it's funny that you say that, Bulgay, because that one guy that you see walking away, not Abe Lincoln, obviously, he has a metal arm, like Edward Elric, and, he has a full metal suit like Alphonse. Pretty sure those two are lovers, really? Okay, wait, so can I actually... Okay, no, so I can't use it. It's not like a weapon, then. The heck is a rubber glove for? Should I use the gun at this point? Hold on, there's something in the corner. What is happening right now? Shoot. Am I out of ammo? Yes. Can these guys even die, or are they invincible? They can die, but not by damaging them. Okay. A sack of coal. And the rubber glove. Did that do it? Okay. Hold on, let me read that. Have you noticed how you can't actually kill any of the bosses by shooting them? Weapons are super useless in this one? Yes, I was noticing that. There's, like, no point to having a gun. At all. I kept thinking that that special bullet we had the entire game was going to be used to finish off a boss. And for those of you that weren't here yesterday, there's a bullet that you obtain fairly early on that you carry throughout the whole game. And I'm thinking that it's going to be like the final thing you use to kill like the last boss, maybe. No. You want to know what you do with it? You stick it and a fucking keyhole, and then beat it with a hammer. Because that's, of course, everyone's first thought for how to unlock a door. Why wouldn't you do that? Okay, I'm gonna make another save. We're gonna go ahead and make one especially for this. Okay, so now what do I do with this guy? Remember that 33 round that wasn't... Yeah, that one. The bullet that was incorrectly labeled? Yeah, you had to beat it with a hammer in a door lock, or in a keyhole, to open the door. I'm stun locked, currently. Alright, so we have a sack of coal and a rubber glove. Is it something to do with these, valves over here? Or the spout? Writing a strongly worded letter. I like how there's completely, like, zero indication of what to do here. Also, is that sound him walking around? Apparently it is. Is this even working? No, but it's fine. Oh my god. Okay, Sally, hint please. Everything around me blends into the background. And I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with a rubber glove and coal. Besides, get shot some more. You gotta think in Pikachu's an electric weakness. Alright, where do I put the coal? Do I just drop it? Don't worry, coal is for later. Okay. So I have to do some kind of ground type thing to him? Because that's what you're implying, right? Like a ground type move? But I don't really see what I can do here. Is it actually working? Okay. I'm fucking stun locked. How am I supposed to buy myself enough time to interact with that thing without getting shot up? Is a question. Okay, what am I... What else can I interact with here? Okay, let me think. We turn the water on. Get him to walk in it, maybe? Opening the water is the second thing you need to do. Can use a rubber glove and knife to cut the cables. That's what I was trying to do before I got shot up before. But let's see if there's a way to do that, because it doesn't let me, like, wear it. But I was getting shot before, just like I am right now, so let's try it again. My god. The hard part is trying to do anything while he's just doing this. I like that they didn't implement some kind of reload or recharge with any of the enemies in this game. They just keep going non-stop. Okay, well, I guess we found where we're supposed to do it. Will it let me put the glove on if I do it in that specific area? You know, there's not even a visual representation that you're wearing the glove. Oh my god. Alright. We know what to do at least. Saw the glove, it's on your hand, really? To be fair, maybe I'm missing it because I'm too concerned with the fact that I'm getting shot non-stop. I can't move. I legitimately cannot move. Jesus Christ, the definitive Stunlock edition. Jesus Christ, please. I'm stuck. Yeah, reload it is. Hold on, let me take a closer look. Yeah, over there, you can't see the glove, but I guess... Yeah, see, there's no... You can't actually see that he has it on until you cut it. Then you can see it on his hand. Very weird. Okay, move into it, please. What is happening now? That's it? Oh my god, the music. Chat. You thought you had finished the game without listening to this for one last time? Right after the boss fight, I'm wheezing. Hey, look. Sally, look. It's a train. It's just like Resident Evil 2. I like how she hasn't said a word this entire time. Alright, how do we start the train? Please. We need to get away from the music. Oh my god. Push, probably. Let's see. No, that doesn't seem to be working either. Never mind. Now it... Okay, whatever. You saw me holding it. You saw me holding it. Okay, now get ready for a banger credits theme. I'm scared. They put a lot of effort into this, train animation. $50% of the budget went to those wheels. All of that, and we don't even get to ride the train completely into the sunset. We just jump the gap. The end. That's it? She didn't even get to speak a word. Chat, that's what happened last night. That's how I became a cowboy. Alright, Sally, I'm headbanging. If only I had my 3D model right now. That's when I came back from the dead. I love this song. If there's a better version, I'll drop it on Discord. Please do. The music is good. This is... I guess this was their reward for suffering through the boing boings the entire game. God. This track is the best thing in this game. You're not lying. I can't believe she didn't even get a single line of dialogue. Pure filler character. I like how there's a special thanks to Edward Carnby. I don't even understand who the shaman was either. My God. Well, that was Alone in the Dark 3, everybody. Told you the credit scene was on par with RE2. I like how it also ended with a train escape. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the office. Oh my God. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody feeling about Alone in the Dark 3? What a complete and simple to understand story. Congratulations, you finished it. You mean congratulations, you survived it. Oh my god. I feel robbed? Why do you feel robbed, Defecto? We actually did it. Sad, confused. Glad it's a dead series. Please let me know if you like the other version of the song. I will let you know. I'll give it a listen. I have to imagine I will, because I did like the ending theme. That was truly the best part of the game. What do I even say to that? Okay. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk about my overall experience with the Alone in the Dark trilogy. First game. I did enjoy the first game. It's very archaic. But I can see where the origin point of modern survival horror came from. It was clearly made in a very different time that had very different expectations of players, which is fine. I started playing games on the Super Nintendo and original Game Boy. So I am no stranger to difficult games and things being rather obscure and such. So I don't mind that. However, it was definitely asking a lot from players without really a whole lot, but I will say that the first game was much better than the other two in terms of giving you actual tangible hints, to the point where it felt very tough but fair. Most of the difficulty in the first game comes from how unwieldy it is to control the main character. But it was fair, and I really did enjoy it. Overall, the first game is definitely the best game, by far. And it felt like it had a more coherent story, that's for sure. Boing out of 10 beats Red Dead Redemption easily. Welcome in, Naka. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Sushi. Thank you for checking in. I hope you're doing well as well this Wednesday evening. I saw that you were, you said yesterday that you were going to the airport. Did you fly, or were you just dropping somebody off or something? Just got home? My Pete's. Welcome home. I hope you're doing okay. Did you eat? I was picking up my roommate. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. I thought maybe you were going somewhere. I wasn't sure because I know Chu has a trip planned for New York and stuff like that. I wasn't sure if you were also traveling sometime soon somewhere. I love the first one. It has deep lore for everything, even for the dumb statue you throw on a random set of armor. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think the first game was the best. It had a lot of things that helped set the foundation for modern survival horror, you can tell. But Alone in the Dark 2. Alone in the Dark 2 is where everything started to go off the rails, clearly. I was informed by Sally that none of the original people seemed to be involved in the production of the second game, or third, and that explains a lot. I'm sorry, I'm just looking in the chat. As long as you promise to eat later, Sushi. I imagine that you're probably more keen on getting some rest right now after getting home from work. You gonna be streaming today? Don't make me get in the kitchen to make food. It's 35 degrees here. No promises. Sushi. Sorry, I got heated. But yeah, Alone in the Dark 2 is where everything started to go off the rails. The game offered absolutely no hints. I don't understand how it was supposed to be scary whatsoever. It was absolutely goofy. The segment with the little girl where all you're doing is stomping around and making faces at enemies was ridiculous. I don't even really know what to say. That whole game just felt like a trip. And, well, this one somehow found a way to be even more ridiculous. I really don't even know what to say. Adrian, you're gonna play the remake? I want to. I unfortunately don't have a way to. I don't think my laptop will stand it. And it is not on the Switch 2, and I don't anticipate it will be ported due to the studio, I believe, going out of business. If I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately. So as much as I'd like to play it, unless I'm somehow able to obtain a desktop, then I probably won't be able to play it. Maybe in the far future. Okay, BRB, Sushi is sending me to the kitchen. No worries, take your time, Sally. But yeah, my overall assessment is, it was nice to see the history of survival horror playing these 3 games, but 2 and 3 were definitely a... God, what would even be an adequate word for that experience? It was something. Joke's on you, I don't have any. Sushi. I'm tired, can't type. I will say I empathize with you. There are times where I am also way too tired to eat, so I'll let you off the hook. At least make sure you can get some rest. Joke's on you, I'm into that shit. But it was a fun experience, getting to at least see where the roots of survival horror came from. But yeah, it's no surprise that Resident Evil was the real breakthrough moment for survival horror, because, listen, I'm a massive Resident Evil fan, and while I do understand that the first game was quite goofy and such, in terms of like the voice acting and everything, it really was a masterclass in setting up horror games moving forward with how it was designed. You had enough hints to know what everything did. You had notes that were well written. The controls were actually really good, even though I know people complain about tank controls. I don't want to ever hear anybody complain about tank controls ever again until they play Alone in the Dark and experience it. Because then you will quickly come to understand what difficult controls really are. Sushi, what is that? What is that cursed emote? Frig the tank controls on Code Veronica. Sushi, come back to me after you played Alone in the Dark. I promise you, you will feel differently. And besides that, I think you did a really good job when you played Code Veronica. I'm sorry, Code Victoria. Joke's on you, I only used tank controls since birth. Do you like it? No. That emote is rather cursed. It's beautiful, it's delightfully cursed. I'm not going to ask what compelled you to get that. Whose emote is this? Hold on. Let me click this. Okay, so it's not yours. Okay. And now we have beautiful Squidward as well. Oh my god. But you know, one thing I do have to say. I mentioned this yesterday. I feel like for every streamer, there's an infamous series of streams that they do, at least if they play games. And even for those that don't, like, play video games on stream, like a certain trip or a location that they visit, whatever, that ends up kind of becoming their most, like, infamous stream series. I feel like playing the Alone in the Dark trilogy is gonna be my infamous stream series. Just because of the sheer absurdity of it all. And, you know, being a massive horror fan. Always holding Alone in the Dark up to a certain light of reverence. Just to experience it and have at least the second and third games being what they were. Sorry, I was in the kitchen. What did I miss? Welcome back, Sally. You didn't miss much. I was just bantering back and forth with Sushi and Dandy, and just reflecting on my experience with Alone in the Dark as a whole. Veil of Aaron. I won a gay vampire visual novel giveaway from him. He was doing a charity stream for the local LGBTQIA plus teen center in his area. Oh, that's really cool. That's really nice of him, and also cool that you ended up getting a game out of it too. The most important thing about Alone in the Dark 3 is that it's entirely on you. I just asked you to play the second one. I tried to save you from this nightmare. You know what you did. But I couldn't not do it. Vampire Therapist is the name, I think. I'm gonna stream it sometime. We were actually talking about that game earlier. Yeah, at the beginning, Augustine was talking about it. I've heard of it, but I haven't actually seen anything from it. I've heard good things about it, though. But yes, that concludes the Alone in the Dark trilogy. I don't have the new Nightmare or any way of playing it. Well, that's partially true. The only way I'd be able to play the new Nightmare is they actually have the Game Boy Advance version on the NSO Online, which is weird, but it's on there. But I think everybody would want me to play at least the PlayStation version and not the Game Boy Advance version. It's probably not as good. Tried playing that one and please no. Oh, you mean the Game Boy Advance version of it? Yeah, I kind of figured it wouldn't be that that entertaining to watch. I had the PS2 version, it wasn't that bad. Just enemies constantly respawning made it a bit annoying. I can't compete with Sushi. Mist is the only one who has cursed emotes that I have, and they're not cursed enough. Mist has an impressive array of emotes. She really does. eventually, maybe eventually we'll get to play the new Nightmare and the reimagining. The only Alone in the Dark game I really don't have any interest in playing is, the 2008 one. That one I don't think I would even play even if I had an easy way to play it. It just doesn't look good at all. Which, don't get me wrong, these games were something else, 2 and 3, but at least they offered comedic relief. And had that charm going for them, if you want to call it that. But the 2008 one just looks like a charisma vacuum. I also have that one in Please No. Yeah. But yeah, maybe in the future I'll be able to play New Nightmare and the reimagining. But that was a trilogy. I'm glad that I got to experience that, and I hate to admit it, but I almost feel a little empty now that I'm done with it. It's something that felt like it was never gonna end. For better and for much worse. And now we're on the other side of it. But I guess it will at least live on in the form of clips. Well, you do have another Unholy Trinity you can play. Yes, I'm picking up what you're laying down, and that is definitely something that we will be playing. I'm very excited to play it. Play them, I should say. Gonna miss the boing? You might be the only one, Effecto. Who will miss that? Now the only thing left for you to play is Alone in the Dark randomizers. Can you imagine that? Oh my god. Just the thought of that alone. Rando in the dark. To be fair, I also didn't play Jack in the Dark. With that ridiculous name. But, I don't think that counts, and I don't see myself playing that. I see you're enjoying the music sushi. I am as well. It's like 5 minutes long, so no worries. But I did pick up another game as part of the Steam sale. I was thinking I would play it today, but I might save it for next stream, because talking for like 2 hours did eat up a lot of stream time. And it is going to be 10 o'clock soon. Be right back. No worries, Sally. It's a vibe, something I'd listen to while I write. It's from Silent Hill. It is called Silent Circus. It is indeed a good song. You gonna try Corridors? Yes, I took a look at it. It looks interesting. I would like to try it. I have to see if my computer can handle it. I didn't get a chance to look at the specs. In fact, I can pull it up while I'm here. Let me look at it. It's short, like 50 minutes. Let me see if I can look at the specs. I mean, I don't imagine it would be that difficult, but to run, but I always have to check with my laptop. Oh yeah, I could run this easy. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Alright, well... I threw it in my library. I'm sure it can. It's very low resource. I mean, you played Lethal Company, so I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, I just checked it. Definitely. Would definitely be able to run it. Chrono Trigger time. You know what? Let me check Steam as well. Is that game on Steam? Because Steam would be the only way I'd be able to play that, I think, because it's not on the, it's not on any of the other consoles, I don't think. It is on Steam. Okay, I didn't even realize that. Okay. Interesting. How long is it on sale? Okay, it's on the Steam sale. Well, if Chrono Trigger is something you would like to see me play, I'll put it on my my list. And I might go ahead and pick it up, because it's on sale right now. And, thanks in part to your generosity and the generosity of others that, created that, wonderful hype train earlier. I do have some extra money now that I could expend to some gaming purchases. So sure. Yeah, I'd be interested to check it out. Right now? I mean... Hold on. Let me see. First of all, let me, Let me uninstall Alone in the Dark now that I'm done with it. Let's get rid of that. And then... no, not Chrono Trigger. But, Corridors. Sushi, quick question. Does Corridors show up with, like, a Russian title? On the Steam menu for you? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the right game. Okay. Let's see, I'm reading the description here. You wake up in an empty, deathly silent hospital. You don't remember who you are, how you got there, or what's happening. All you see are abandoned objects. Eerie sounds echo from the depths of the building, and you get the feeling that someone is watching you. Notes about terrifying experiments in immortality and consciousness transference litter the tables and shelves. And then the consequences of these experiments emerge. This looks very interesting. Alright, hold on. We can give this a shot. Let me see if I can, make sure that it shows up properly on stream. 1 second. I just remember it was a topic of discussion yesterday. Yeah, no, I have wanted to play, Chrono Trigger. So I am interested in trying it out. I didn't realize it was, on Steam. Or that it was on sale. Hold on, let me drink some water. Alright, let me change the... game category. Congrats on completing the game. Thank you so much, Darkweaver. More like thank God you're still alive. Yeah, that was quite the experience. The end theme was, it was pretty good, though. I don't know if I would say it made up for the boing boing throughout the entire playthrough, but, it was a very, very good song, and I really liked it. Alright, we're gonna try out this demo for Corridors. Is it a demo, or is it the full game? We're gonna try this out before I end stream. It's a demo? Okay, that's what I figured. Okay, that was interesting. I just opened it up and it tripped my my antivirus software, but apparently it says it was a false alarm, so... The dev is a horror writer, and he said he wanted to try making a game. Well, I like the sound of that. Alright, let's pop out the chat and put that aside. That's what opening every game on a Mac is like, really? Okay. Now that I have this over on the side, let's do this, and... mac and cheese. Okay, can you all see that? Does it look okay? Yes? Okay. Alright. We'll try out this demo. Normal or hard? Let's do normal, because I don't know anything about the game.
I recently came to my senses. I don't remember how I ended up here, but there's a deathly silence all around. I need to leave the room and look around.
I have to go into my security settings to disable the security settings to download a game on HEO. Had to look up a tutorial for that shit. I didn't realize that it was hard. It was that difficult to game on Mac. Okay. At least from like a security perspective, I didn't realize it was so strict. Alright, so WASD to move, shift to run, caps lock to step. Okay, so you actually can make it easier on yourself. That's cool. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Sushi. I want to try Bloody Trees, Blood Bark. I think I know which one you're talking about. I think I watched somebody else play it. Sorry about the warning from Nightbot. I have to see if there's a way for me to give people exceptions to be able to post links. Because I know that obviously you are not you're not going to post anything bad. My Nightbot does that too. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I'll do the stretch here in the chair since I did a big stretch before. And I'm still feeling pretty okay. Okay, my spine did pop. Alright, that was good. Space to interact, and then tab for items. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. It was a good pop. Oh, that is cool. Wait, how did you do that, Sally? I didn't even know you could do that. Was testing it? That is really cool. Yeah, we'll need to make use of that in the future if, you know, trusted members of the chat want to share a link or whatever in the future. Exclamation permit. Looked it up on Google. That is really cool. Permanent must be done in the bot itself. Okay. Yeah, I will look into that. Alrighty. Alright, let's go. Does not open. There's a bunch of codes on the wall here, maybe? There are a lot of pills scattered inside. It's better not to touch them. Okay, I wonder if we're gonna need one of these codes later on. It says, hear about the dangers of smoking, but right now, it's clearly not the cigarettes I should be afraid of. Hygiene is the key to health. I'll definitely wash my hands as soon as I get out of here. Here are the straps for tying. Regular sink. The IV is filled with something red. Hope it's not what I thought. Hope it's not Chris's blood. That's so cute. I love that emote, Sushi. There's nothing inside. The sink is smeared with some kind of disgusting slime. Inside is someone's teeth. Captain America, I understood that reference meme. The answer lies where the eyes are looking. The eyes in that room. Okay, so the code room, right? Wrong door. This one, right? Okay. So can we, in the chat, can we jot down 5894? Because I think that's probably what we need to recall. Me too. I have a no-face tattoo. That's so cute. Thank you both. Thank you for pinning it. It says here that drugs are bad. It's a shame my neighbor didn't know that. BRB, gonna brush my teeth after 3 minutes. Wait, what just happened? I pushed aside everything in my path. Who could stop that? Okay. Gonna brush my teeth. I'm going to head up to bed soon. Okay, no worries. Take your time. Ask Boris where they moved all the bodies from the morgue. That joker told me they just all disappeared. So missing bodies from the morgue. That's not good. There's nothing inside. There's a random cactus here. I'll name the cactus Vasily. Says about first aid for bleeding. I hope I won't need it. Some strange symbol. Probably something we should be concerned about. Regular sink. And I'll call you Arcady. There are a lot of different medicines here. The IV is filled with some kind of frozen yellow liquid. Alright, I guess this is what we were looking for. Second floor key, exit to the stairs. I saw you. It's a pity the computer isn't working. I could look for some information on it. Well, clearly, I am no longer alone. Okay, here we go. What awaits us on the second floor? Or rather, the first floor, I guess? Yeah. Yeah, we were on the second floor. What am I thinking? It was two... all the doors said, 201, 202 and such. Regular sink. The bed is covered in bloodstains. How horrible. Kind of a muted response, don't you think? Okay, that's not good. Back, any jump scares yet? Welcome back. Like Sushi said, there was a face in event, but other than that, not yet. The experiment was a success. After death, my consciousness transferred into another person, and I kept all my memories. I felt sorry for the poor guy. Back then, he didn't even die. He was simply erased from existence. And I took over his body. I just can't get used to it. My thoughts, but someone else's. Someone else's body. It's even a little unsettling. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Philby. You know, Sally? Get another stretch. I'm not used to, having notes that aren't read in completely ridiculous fashion. I'm gonna have to get used to that again. I know, right? You're going to go back to reading them aloud? Yeah. It feels almost wrong. I remember breaking my leg when I fell out of a tree as a child. My friend Eugene wanted to get revenge on the tree for me, and climbed it to break all the branches. He ended up falling out of the tree too. Okay, so I just came back. I was just daydreaming about people taking over bodies and it terrified me. Anyway, what are we playing? I think we're playing the manifestation of your daydream. It's a pity the computer isn't working. Okay, same thing said down there. Inside are scraps of paper soaked in blood. There's something wrong with Boris. Today, he told me in terror that he'd seen the missing corpses. When I asked him where he saw them, he answered that they were standing in the corridor. Title drop. There's something bubbling in the test tubes. It's best to stay away from them. Well, that's a trap. An ad for some dubious remedy. Nothing unusual. I'm not doing that, by the way. This is a scene.
Leonard.
I'm not Leonard. I don't remember how I got here, and I need your help.
Ah, really? So we have a new guy here.
A new guy? What are you talking about?
Listen to me carefully. You're in a very bad situation. Now all exits from this place are closed. There's only one exit. The exit is through the abandoned second building. He used the second building as a trap for the gloom, so surviving there was already an unprecedented achievement.
I don't understand.
Doesn't matter. Look for the yellow medallion. It will help you survive. The medallion is the only protection against them. That's all you need to know for now. Try not to die there, at least in the first 30 seconds. And stay away from the corpses. Good luck.
Well, after the call, the phone went dead and I couldn't call anyone anymore. Who was that person calling? That's ominous. Thank you for the posture check, Wilby. My house and the area around my house smells like smoke. Hopefully nothing is on fire. Well, I would hope that that's the case as well, Wilby. Hopefully, did you take a look around and make sure nothing was burning? Could be something around, like around your area, like you said. That has happened to me. Because the smell travels very, very far. Well, that wasn't ominous at all, I know, right? Procedure room key. Also, the idea of the second building being the way out or whatever is giving me flashbacks to White Day. Regular IV. For those of you that have only just joined the channel, that was quite an experience. Almost on par with Alone in the Dark. The VODs are up on YouTube if you're interested in seeing that journey. But that was quite a playthrough for me. Okay, that also did not look great. Can't remember how I got here. Everything is like a fog. I wanted to play White Day until I saw you play. Yeah, now I would advise you don't. No, but I'm sure I will be fine. I've already been on fire twice and survived. I'm sure I will be fine. How did those things happen, Wilby? Something strange is happening. A week ago, my first body disappeared from the lab, and now I'm trying to get in touch with any of my colleagues. But no luck. Everyone involved in the experiment is gone without a trace. Everyone except me. Did I write these? Well, it was a funny story. Someone knocked over the IV. Boxes with all sorts of junk. I remember in biology lessons, we looked at all sorts of leaves under a microscope. I heard him playing and remembered the combination sounds like this. High once, lower twice, even lower twice. Is this some kind of math puzzle that we're gonna have to do? Did I write these? My neighbor said that you can't trust your eyes, just like you can't trust talking horses that come at night. I tried to stay away from him. That's a weird poster, don't you think? Yes, yes, a sink. These test tubes emit a nasty, pungent smell. There are various medicines inside the refrigerator. The box is locked. Do we have a... Do we have a, piano puzzle akin to Silent Hill? Got it. When I was younger, I got too close to a fire and my glove caught on fire. There was a time my hair caught fire during stream. How did that happen? The sparrow flew north, rocks back and forth. Damn them bird puzzle, I hated that puzzle. Yeah. Funnily enough, we were just talking about White Day. There was also a piano puzzle in White Day as well. Basement key. Great. I don't know about the rest of you, but I was really hoping that I would get to go to the basement. That's where I want to go the most. Get Adrian at 100 subs on YouTube, 66 out of 100. Drop a sub if you haven't already in his medias. And check out the Alone in the Dark videos that are up now. Wilby, thank you. You don't have to. You don't have to do that, but thank you. Guys, I'm going to bed. My head is worsening, so I'll try laying in bed. Have a good stream, everyone. Take care. Thank you so much for being here, Sally. Thank you for helping me through the Alone in the Dark experience. And yes, please do, please rest your head. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you. His sexy voice is not helping it? Thank you, Purple. But I don't think that, I don't think my voice is, capable of healing. My pleasure. I'm happy that you have a new perspective for survival horror's origins. Yeah, definitely. See you all next time? Yes. Rest well, Sally. I will see you in the next stream. Alright, here we go. First building. My headphones caught on fire on my head. Yes, I stream Spooky, and I am your manager. I will do what I can to reach that goal. Well, thank you, Wilby. And, I'm sorry that that happened to you. That is terrifying. I don't know how, like, were they battery operated and, like, exploded or something? That is very frightening. And I hope that you're okay. Just old barrels. Various household items. Shit, I just saw the corpses of the missing people in the hallway. And my first body with them. They just stood there staring at me. I locked myself in the room, but now I've come out and checked the whole apartment. No one's there, just dried bloodstains on the floor. Am I losing my mind? I'm afraid you probably are not. Okay, that leads to the second building, right? Is there anything else over here? Okay, no, the screen ends. The speakers receive too much power, if I had to guess, which caused it to catch the fabric ear covers. There's no light here, and I only have a lighter. Well, at least it's something. Yeah, that's terrifying, Wilby. I'm sorry that happened. Why are there these blood-soaked beds here? It's creepy. It's more than creepy. Were you able to get it off in time? Regular IV. It was good content? I wouldn't necessarily classify that as good content, but it should be concerning. Only lost a few hairs. Well, I'm glad at least you didn't seem to suffer any significant burns. That's probably the best possible outcome in a situation like that. My head hurts and I don't know why. I'm sorry about that, Effecto. Is it late over there? I mean, like, you know, maybe you're tired? Where's the VOD? I mean, I'm concerned, but also curious. I mean, blood-soaked sheets, I'd be hecka concerned. Yeah, I agree, Mayberry. He seems very blasé about everything that's going on. Fragments of syringes and test tubes are scattered on the floor. Second building key. They appeared again, but this time they lunged at me, tearing my body apart. I thought that was the end, but I woke up in the body of a person who was just walking down the street near my house. I'm immortal? What's happening? I'm pretty sure this has to be us, right? Well, we've arrived at the second building. Does not open. Does not open. There's that symbol again. Does not open. Mutilated bodies. Damn, what happened here? Well, it seems like, we missed whatever party that they were throwing here. I feel a bit uneasy. You know, I'd imagine one would feel pretty uneasy walking into a hallway with a corpse dangling from the ceiling and a mutilated guy laying on the ground. Blood everywhere, and probably the stench of iron every which way. So you're right to feel uneasy, sir. The door is tightly closed with wire, can't open it. Gloom. Another corpse. Does not open. What nightmare is going on here? Does not open. Sorry, I had to mute the mic so I could properly clear my throat. You scared yet, Adrian? Not yet. But I do like the atmosphere. I do have to say. I need to pull myself together. I'll definitely get out of here. When you can't note the heck out of there because the dude on the phone said all exits are locked. Yeah, we are stuck here. We are stuck in this nightmare. Oh, this house is covered in blood and corpses. I'm sure it's fine. Yes, yes, a sink. The sink is covered in blood. Yes, that's his knifey. Great. Think you muted because you're scared? Third floor key. Oh, hi. So you know what that means, right? If that guy is up, the other corpses that we passed are up. That was the living dead? Is this really happening? This is not a dream. No, it's not a dream. And what key did we get again? Third floor? Okay. Yeah, you noticed that, right? They're gone. I returned with food. I'm so thankful I just overcame my fear of dangling corpses. Anyway, did anything happen while I was gone? Welcome back, Darkweaver. What are you eating? So, a corpse came to life and chased me out of one room, and now the corpses that I passed in this hallway are all gone. So, yeah. Things aren't looking so good. Chicken skewers? Ah, that sounds delicious. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. That may not be a dream, but it would be one if we got Adrian to 100 subs on YouTube. Maybe someday. Alright, we gotta make our way to the third floor. Sushi, can I save at all? Or, is it just a straight shot? With teriyaki sauce? Ah, God, that sounds good. Autosave, okay. Good. What do you suppose is making that noise, everybody? Okay, sorry, I had to, one, I had to clear my throat again, and two, I had to, fix something in OBS. But we're good. Okay. A clock? I hope so. Does not open. I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, so do I. It's not open. Who is this Leonard that guy on the phone was talking about? For some reason, my head starts to hurt when I think about it. Have I been in here before? Or am I imagining it? Gonna go play games, see you later? Thank you, Wilby. Enjoy your games, take care, and I hope you have a good time. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. I feel a bit uneasy. Oh. Okay. I was not expecting him to teleport, so I kind of just walked right into that. Well, let's try this again. Okay. This eyeless creature can teleport too, going crazy. Sushi with that emote. Now I have to go back and see the VOD on how you handled all of this. The inside of the refrigerator is covered in blood, and there are clumps of hair lying around. Disgusting. There's a lot of different medicines here. Third floor ward keys. Triangle, square, circle, square. Okay, hold on. No. Well, there goes my idea. I thought it would be, the number of, points on the shapes would correspond to the code. You know what I mean? But I guess not. I tried that too. I guess maybe I need to find the combination and come back then. Alright, so we got the ward keys. Also, yes, I will be checking out that, that VOD Sushi. What do you mean, no? These computers don't work. These clothes are stained with blood. This is pure insanity. Those goddamn corpses find me no matter where I am. Every time I die, my consciousness jumps into some random person's body. Then they find me again and kill me. With each death, there are more of them. And with each death, I involuntarily erase someone's identity by taking over their body. This is some kind of hell. Very neat game, I know. Yeah, it's actually pretty good so far. My headache is getting worse. I'm gonna grab some tea. Yes, please do, Effecto. Yeah, tea might help you, and if you can, try to lay down and close your eyes. Sometimes just sparing your eyes from the light of a screen can do wonders for your head. I tell you to lose your head over not to lose your head over this, but this note sounds like you're about to. Welcome in, artist. How are you doing this evening? I finished Alone in the Dark 3, by the way. I don't have time for test tubes now. Okay, so we have a triangle over there that says 1. I definitely don't have the time for microscopes right now. This is getting me back into horror a bit. What's your experience with horror, Mayberry? Are you a fan? Because I know you followed me today. But I am a big horror fan. I play a lot of horror games on the channel, and I talk about them a lot. So, you're definitely going to be seeing me play a lot of games in this vein. 9. Okay. So the circle represents 9. We just need to find out what the square represents. Time for medication right now. At least I hope so. Vasily, what are you doing here? Thank you for keeping tabs on that for me, Sushi. Okay. So, running is kind of discouraged. I used to watch a lot of horror movies and games, but then I kind of shied away from them due to nightmares, but I'm overcoming it and wanting to enjoy the genre again. One thing that I think helps, because when I was younger, I used to be very afraid of horror stuff. But for me, I think what I didn't realize was kind of happening was I was building a fascination with it all. So as much as it bothered me, I found myself unable to stay away from it. And I used to think that I hated it. Until I kind of came to the realization that I couldn't get enough of it. And yeah, I absolutely do love horror. But one thing that I think kind of helps in that kind of situation is just to view it almost like you would view like a roller coaster or something. Like, it's a safe way to expose yourself to the fun feeling of fear. Which I know if you're afraid, it kind of doesn't help when you're having nightmares or, you know, you can't sleep at night or something. But it can be quite thrilling if you think of it that way. But I definitely understand what you mean. I hope you're able to engage with the genre more again, because I'm incredibly biased, but I love horror beyond words. And I've talked about this on the channel before, but I tend to find the horror genre the most reflective genre of reality, both for better and for worse, but just how honest it represents things is something that I really like about it. Horror is something that we all experience at one point or another in our lives, at, you know, in some capacity. And there's something empowering about being able to capture that feeling and have a mastery over it, and enjoy it in a safe way, as compared to oftentimes when we feel it in our lives, it is involuntary and, you know, for reasons that are quite unpleasant. So being able to somewhat tame that that fear is very satisfying, as well as I personally find that horror in general, like horror fiction and such, is very honest compared to other genres. Like, it's very over the top and incorporates a lot of things that you would hope we never experience in our lives. But even outside of things like gore or you know, violence and such, it's just very reflective overall of a lot of things in the human experience that other genres have to kind of sugarcoat, but horror doesn't really need to, right? Like the way people talk to each other, or intimacy, or, again, blood and gore and violence and such. Horror shows it all in a very honest fashion, and it can do so in ways that are serious or comedic. But it just feels very honest and raw, and there's something about that that I really do appreciate more than other genres that usually kind of need to tone themselves down. It can be kind of hard to explain, but horror doesn't necessarily always have to mean scary. It can be funny, or just kind of like a backdrop to something. Like, when you look at, say, a cartoon like Courage the Cowardly Dog, that is a horror show, but obviously it's also meant for kids and families, right? And that overtone of, like, of just horror in general. I don't know, I just find it to be incredibly comforting and just very, very fun. I don't know, I've been streaming for like 4 hours, and I'm not feeling the most eloquent with my descriptions right now, but hopefully you understand what I mean. I do fear that I may be rather unclear right now. But I'm understanding what you're saying. Okay, good. I'm sorry, I felt like I was kind of prattling on a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I find that with horror, there are certain parts of being human that you find yourself fascinated with some things because it's a part of our experience, right? And other genres can kind of put a damper on those things by trying to sugarcoat them to make them more palatable. And horror leans into those things that are often seen as like taboo or uncomfortable, and it makes them palatable for you by not hiding them, but sometimes making them even more over the top and ridiculous. And I don't know, there's something about that that I just personally find incredibly engaging and just honest. You aren't prattling on at all. I love hearing your perspective. Thank you, Sushi. No, I'm glad. I think there kind of comes a time when you've been streaming for a while that it starts to feel like maybe you are not explaining things or not being as clear as you could be. Or maybe that's just a me thing. But, yeah. I don't know. Horror often incorporates lots of different elements of the human experience. And whether that's fear of, you know, simple things like fear of the dark or the unknown, things that everybody can relate to fear of blood and guts or spiders or zombies or ghosts or demons, things like that, to having more raw depictions of, again, just the way people interact with each other, from people arguing or laughing or sex or things like that. It's all very over the top and raw. And again, it's just displayed in a way that you often don't see in other genres, because even something like drama that will kind of veer into some of these territories, usually can't go into such visceral detail because it has to, like, depending on what it is, like say a movie, it needs to have a certain rating. Whereas like horror kind of unlocks that door, because if you are going into a movie or you're playing a game where you know people are going to like experience violence enacted towards them by like monsters or you know, a serial killer, well, that's already going to get you an M rating or an R rating. So you really don't have to worry about showing other things or having characters talk a certain way. And the same way that even like a comedy might have to kind of tone itself down. You know what I mean? So just by virtue of being like horror, it allows stories told in that genre to be able to be a lot more free and relaxed with the way it depicts things. And I really like that. I think you cured my friend. I think that was well put. Thank you. That's also why I love horror as well. I never make sense, so you're doing great. Sushi, you do make sense. A lot of times you start to make very interesting points and then you stop yourself, I think. But you're a great conversationalist. Jason heard the S word. Jason is not happy. Anyway, I'm sorry for standing around. I get very passionate with talking about horror. Okay, somebody wants to come in. These computers don't work. I think that this computer has a bigger issue than not working. I tried to fight them, but it was utterly useless. They do not die if you cut off their heads. They do not die if you cut off all their limbs. Moreover, those severed limbs and hands can now suddenly appear in closets, storage rooms, and any other places, as if they had become separate entities. That's lovely. Bigger issue Windows 11. Yeah, right? They, are trying really hard to get me to upgrade to Windows 11, and I refuse for as long as I possibly can. That's cute. Blood, yes, just like everywhere else here. I can see that he's, already over the blood. Had to instantly debloat out of principle. Okay, so the squares are 2. Thank you, Sushi. So 1, 9, and 2. So now... You're just gonna make traversal a complete nightmare, aren't you? Maybe he wants a hug? He wants to make, He wants to make my neck hug my back, apparently. Based on what he did to me before. Okay, hold on. Square, triangle, circle, square. So it's 1, 2, 9, 2. Thank you, Sushi. Second floor key. The breathing reminded me of a mechanic in detention, if you've heard of it. Yes, I have heard of detention. He hugged us last time and not in a friendly way? Yes. Yeah, that was not the kind of hug that you would want. Okay. So we're done with the other key ring. And now we just need to head... Okay, there's not a lot of space here, buddy. You're gonna need to back off, please. Gotta be very careful when running. And sometimes... he teleports absolutely nowhere. Which is just a dirty trick. Okay. Second floor. Key collection, let's go. Holy shit. Okay, well. Message received, don't stand around. Covered in blood, of course. These computers don't work, yes. They can all move at superhuman speed and have strength, hundreds of times greater than a human's. How many times have I died already? 20? 50? But I noticed that among these corpses, there are bodies I've never seen before. Now they're hunting, not just me. Oh, this game is nice. Free huggies. Yeah, I guess you called it. I need to pull myself together. I'll definitely get out of here. I'm trying to read these. What nightmare is going on here? Okay. Whoa, whoa! I didn't need my eyes anyway. There's that symbol again? Yeah. Yeah, it's appearing everywhere. You notice that, right? I'm a very cleverish cat. That was hardly fair? Yeah. That was, A little heads up would have been nice. I was trying to read the dialogue. He jumps me from the ventilation. If I stand still, he'll definitely grab me. Yes, I kind of gleaned that by now. Hold on. Alright, there's a little legend here. Okay. Sorry to pester you over other games, but have you played or heard of the games by Team Harvester? Can you name one for me? Because I'm not sure. It sounds familiar. Up, down, down, up. Thank you. Oh wait, no. It's down. Down, up, up, down. I guess it changes, huh? No, it's okay. I think it changed. Okay, down, up, up, down. Okay, so I have it. What does that do? Wait a minute. Is there two number ones? Yes, right? No, that's two. Okay, down, up. Oh wait, I see. Down, up, up, down. Okay, what did that do? Did that open up the door now? Okay, good. Kinda hard to think when you're being hunted like that. They've seriously expanded their population using other people's bodies. Not that you can call it a population, more like a bunch of cannon fodder. A collection of remote-controlled dolls. God, I'm so tired of dying. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt your, privacy. Okay, 4th floor ward keys. So we have to go back up again, and there's that symbol once again. Okay, up we go. Everything is much worse than I could have imagined. I have recorded many strange glitches that occur during consciousness transfer. They're like cracks or windows in reality, and it seems something has come through those windows to us. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Okay, that guy is just not gonna go away for now. Let's try a different room. First floor key. Okay, nothing in here. Sushi, this is very interesting so far. I'm liking it. Okay, so there's nothing in here except that guy. Funny. Real funny. Don't lose my head. I knew you would, yes. Yeah, indeed. Alright, to the first floor. Kind of surprised at how long the demo is, too. Holy shit. There's a lot of people here in need of embraces, apparently. I missed the first story. This bastard is all broken but runs faster than me. What does that say about the kind of shape you're in? My god, he's so fast, I know, right? The gloom. That's what I call the thing controlling the dead bodies. I was slightly wrong. It didn't fully enter our world. You could say it only reached through to us via these cracks in reality. Through them, it controls the corpses. But judging by the readings, this thing has more energy than our entire world. Doesn't open. Wasn't that sun symbol on the floor on the wall? Yeah, I did notice that in another room. What is this? Oh, something exited the wardrobe. There's suddenly a random door that wasn't there before. I managed to create a device that stops the gloom from controlling the corpses near it. Finally, I can get a break from endless dying. I need to make a few more of these devices and then gather and lock away all the defective bodies in one place before they kill everyone. And I better do it quickly. Things are getting out of control. That might be an understatement. Oh, so he can teleport too. Jesus Christ. Okay, my headache isn't going away, so I think I'm going to go to sleep. Glad I could stay for that anticlimactic ending. Have fun and see you in another stream. Effecto, please get some rest. I hope that your head feels better very, very soon. Please do rest your eyes and your mind, and hopefully your headache will be gone then. Thank you for dropping by. I really do appreciate you as always. And Effecto says bye to me and bye to the rest of the chat, everybody. He's over on YouTube, for those of you on Twitch. But yes, thank you very much for dropping by. Sleep well, and may your head feel better. Hey, welcome in, Dimitri Bars. Thank you for the first-time chat. I am doing well. I'm actually enjoying this game quite a bit. My God, how are you doing this evening? Or morning, wherever wherever in the world you may be. Hi, oh, you're the developer. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I'm enjoying your game so far. It's a lot of fun. I've been having a great laugh at how nonchalant the protagonist is at times about things that are quite dire and of great concern. Got away? I thought it would never end. Strange medallion. Would this be the device he was talking about in the note? Don't press 112255. Exit key. It's all my fault. I was terminally ill, and we decided to take the risk. The experiment was too raw. So much wasn't tested. Damn it, I wish you'd just let me die, but it's not too late yet. There's a chance to fix all of this, and I will fix it, no matter what it costs me. Do it. Don't let a wall tell you what to do. I don't understand what this sign means. Neither do I, but it's probably, I'm assuming you all probably saw that thing climbing the tree as well. Probably not a good sign. I don't know where I am. It smells gross here, like in the hospital when they gave me shots. My head hurts, and it's spinning like I was on a carousel. Why are there no windows? And it's so quiet that my ear rings sometimes. I sit on the bed and look at the ceiling. The light is flickering. I hope it doesn't burn out, or I'll be scared in the dark. My head hurts, and hurts. I'm going to sleep, Max. The numbers on the wall that say don't press are a secret that can be used to get into the error room. Is there a specific place that I, input those numbers? Or do I just, like, press them on the keyboard? Because I would like to check that out. That would be cool.
A state of emergency has been declared. Mass disappearances of citizens have been reported. All residents are ordered to remain in their homes. Do not open the door to strangers.
Scraps of wires and printed circuit boards.
Report any suspicious activity after dark.
Sewing machine covered in dust. Just mannequins. Don't like that. We all know those are gonna come to life. Mr. Holes. This one is for all of you with trypophobia. Congratulations, you completed the demo version of Corridors. If you like the game, add it to your Steam wishlist. That was good. I liked it. Dimitri, very promising game you have here. It seems like you did quite a bit with very little. I'm very impressed with it. It's very, very fun. And I like that the interactions with enemies is actually quite challenging. You have to be quick with your reflexes and learn the movements and such of the enemies in short order. And there's times where it's cheap, but in a good way. And I say that because I actually just came from playing a game that was very cheap. As far as like the enemies doing things that they shouldn't be allowed to do. What I liked about this is that you'll have new things sprung upon you, but you have the autosave, and you kind of quickly stack your knowledge. As far as like pattern recognition and such. So it becomes kind of like a fun, almost arcadey type experience dealing with the enemies, on top of it being unsettling, which I think is smart, mainly because for a game where you're going to be like dying a lot and stuff, you want to make it feel rewarding, because once the scares go away, and this is something that you have to deal with in horror a lot, whether we're talking about movies or games, once you see the monster, it starts gradually becoming less scary, because of course you start to get used to seeing it. So you need to keep it feeling like a relevant threat, and in the case of a video game, not only does it need to be a relevant threat, it also needs to be entertaining to deal with. It has to be fun, but you don't want to have the fun eclipsey, like, terror of the situation. So what you have here is actually really well balanced, I think, in terms of the enemies, even after you have dealt with them, continue to feel disturbing. But it's also fun from a gameplay perspective to keep trying to figure out how to dodge them and contend with them as they chase you and such. And adding new things like the one that comes from the ceiling was a nice surprise. Yeah, I really like what you have here, Dimitri. The full version of the game will have 4 hours of gameplay and 4 endings. I think that's actually a pretty good that's a pretty good target for length, I think, for this kind of game. That's actually that's pretty good. I think it kind of hits that sweet spot where it's not too much, but it's not so little for what you have here. Right? I'm invested. I can't wait for it to come out. Yeah. Yeah, same here. Took me a bit to run from the guy at the end. I have to see your VOD sushi. But yeah, that was great. I enjoyed it. And thank you for dropping by, Dimitri. I really do appreciate that you took the time to check out my stream. Thank you. But alright, everybody. It is 11 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and start looking for somebody to raid. That was a really great demo of the game. I agree. I agree, Mayberry. Yeah, this was really fun. This game is called Corridors, everybody. So if you're interested in trying it out for yourself, the demo is free on Steam. So go ahead and give it a look. Thanks for the stream. I'm glad it was fun. Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really do appreciate you dropping by. Yes, wishlist it and try the demo, everybody. Alright, let me move us back to the chatting screen. Alright, there we go. Alrighty, let's find somebody to raid. Thank you all for being here, by the way. I know this was not as long as yesterday's stream, but still pretty lengthy. But I had a lot of fun hanging out with all of you, as I always do. And thank you, Sushi, for the recommendation. It was fun to have a impromptu second game. Thank you for stream. I'm glad I was finally able to catch a good chunk of your stream. Usually I'm always just popping in and out. Yeah, I know. It was great to have you here for a good deal of time. But don't ever worry about that. Whether you're here for a while or only a little bit or lurking or whatever, I don't care. I appreciate your presence either way. Thank you for the fun stream. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Mayberry, for the follow. I appreciate it. It's nice to get to meet you, and I hope to see you more in the future. Thank you for the stream. Of course, Darkweaver. Thank you for dropping by. Okay, let's see. Who all is online right now? Who can I leave you all with? I'm kind of surprised. There's actually quite a few choices here. Alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and raid into Valco 6. He was actually here hanging out with us for a while today. Chatting with the rest of us. So we're gonna go ahead and raid into him and support him. He's playing Fallout New Vegas. I think I might go get some food. Yes, you already know how I feel about that, Sushi. Go ahead. I myself, as soon as I get off, am going to get something to eat too. I'm pretty hungry. Alright, yeah. Let's go ahead and raid into Valco. Let me go ahead and put the raid message for all of you. This is normally what I like to go with for the raid message, but you're all free to put whatever you want as far as like emotes and stuff. But the main meat of it is just Hallie raid. That's what I usually like to go with. So you can put whatever emotes you want, but yeah. As far as next stream, I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off. Rest my voice a little bit, because in case you can't tell, I was kind of losing my voice. Which I think probably has a lot to do with the fact that I was laughing so much. But I'm also trying to get better at taking breaks so that I can recover and such, because I don't want more streams where I'm falling asleep. We're trying to avoid that. So, I think I will take tomorrow off and see you all on Friday, provided everything works out. I should be back on Friday, and I have a game that I bought during the Steam summer sale that I've been wanting to play. So we'll likely be checking that out unless it's too hot. Because if the temperature is too high, I don't want to subject my computer to that again. So we'll end up playing we'll probably play a Switch game instead, so that my computer doesn't have to, you know, run a game and such. Take care of yourself, gah. I do try my best, but listen. If you're gonna tell me that, then you need to take care of yourself too. So yes, go get something to eat. I mean it. Alright. That's about it from me, everybody. Thank you for being here. I hope you all had a great time. I know I did. And I will leave you all in Valco's care. So if you got a raid and run, that's perfectly fine too. But it would mean the world to me if you guys want to drop by and at least say hi. But yeah, in any case, take care of yourselves, get something to eat if you haven't, that means you, Sushi. Get some sleep if you're tired, or if not, at least rest your body, you know? Most of all, take care of yourselves, and I will see you all in the next one. Until then, stay spellbound.
dancing like that.